scouting report.
Well, the key to Kyle tonight is to come out and get ahead with his fastball, but I think that the number one word I'm going to look for Kyle tonight is being aggressive, pitching inside both sides of the plate, getting his fastball over and mixing in his other pitches.
122 against right-hand batters, and the White Sox have 6 right-hand batters in there against him tonight. Chris Getz leads off, 0 for 4 in last night's game, snapping a 5-game hitting streak. And Kyle nails the outside corner, and we're underway. Caspo in the second pitch of the game throws him out. Royals on defense tonight to Jesus Crisp and Guillen in the outfield, and then Tian, Aviles, Caspo, and Billy Butler, who made a nice play again last night, and John Buck is back at the plate for Kyle Davies, as he was back on April the 9th when Davies went 7 shutout innings, struck out 8. The Royals won that game. Davies did not get a decision. That was the game where Coco Crisp hit that 2-run home run in the top of the 9th off of Bobby Jenks. 1-0 on third baseman Josh Fields. One ball, one strike.
Well, a lot of times, Ryan, when a guy's coming back from being hit on the back of the hand, you want to try to maybe get inside to see if you can get inside on him early and sort of test that hand a little bit. Probably be the same for Jermaine Dye when he comes up also.
One ball, two strikes. So typically you wouldn't load up a lineup with right-hand batters against Kyle Davies, but they're doing the damage against Kyle this year. He is just chewing up the lefties, and he hits the outside corner, and that's his first strikeout. 2 down.
But the one thing that he's doing well against the right-handers is that he's getting the ball on the outside part of the plate. But when he gets in trouble, it's a two-seam grip. Is when he leaves it out in the middle, and that was perfect right there. Go to the outside, still the outside corner. But when he lets it run back into the right-handers, it's not only running back into the bat, but it's running to the bat in a bad area, down and in.
One on Carlos Quinton, who was 0 for 4 last night. And coming from the Braves organization, Kyle should be a black belt at pitching down and away against right-hand batters, because that's what they preach. 1-1 on Quinton. And talking to John Buck before the game tonight and asking him why has he done so well against the lefties, and John said, because that extension side, he's so good with that extension side, which means he's really pitching the left-hand batters well inside.
Well, he's inside, getting him off the plate, but at the same time, when he goes to the outside part, it can go with his two-seamer, which is running away from the sweet spot of the bat to the end of the bat. And also when he throws his changeup also goes in the same direction also. So here's a two-seamer here where it just rides up and in. So a lot of times when you want to go inside to a hitter, you may want to go more with your four-seamer because it stays straight and you can get inside, and that'll set up another pitch for you. So if you want to jam him with that pitch, you got to start out a little bit further out over the plate.
That's the 7th time this year that Carlos Quinton has been hit by a pitch. That's the most in the American League. Now Jim Thome takes one inside, 1-0. Thome 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts against Zach Greinke last night. Royals with the dramatic shift with Thome up there, and Caspo almost like a 4th outfielder.
They got Jose Guillen about 10 steps off the warning track, so that's a huge shift for Jim Thome.
Got him out in front of a changeup. 2-1. Kyle, the winning pitcher on Thursday against Toronto. giving up 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings. Royals won that game 8-6. Another good changeup, and it's 2-2.
Well, this is what you talk about, how that changeup goes down and away from a left-hander. And if he stays right there, then that's going to be a tough pitch to hit because his two-seamer almost has the same action. So it's going to be, if with the same arm motion, it's going to be hard for the hitters to distinguish between the changeup and the fastball.
And then the fastball is inside a full count.
But that's what I was saying about the four-seamer. That's a ball you want to stay straight. And so that's what a four-seamer is about, is getting the ball inside straight, and that way you won't have a bigger risk of hitting the batter.
Quinton will be running on this 3-2 pitch. Thome takes a walk. So with 2 outs and nobody on, Davies gives the White Sox a couple of base runners and will pitch to Jermaine Dye. Saturday night, Jermaine hit on the left hand in Texas. Came out of the game, missed Sunday's game, missed last night's game. Six home runs, 13 RBIs so far for Jermaine. A little bit inside.
And that's really a good pitch. A guy coming off of a hand injury, that's really an excellent pitch to throw, because you want to see exactly if they'll offer at that pitch and see what kind of shape their hand's in.
Jerry Crawford said he went too far, 1-1. Just announced that walk by Jim Thome puts him 15th on the all-time list. He is 14th on the all-time home run list. He just tied Harmon Killebrew in walks, and he's 3 home runs away from tying Mike Schmidt with home runs. A couple of Hall of Famers. Two and two.
You know, Raw fans, Ryan, are really starting to get into the Zach Greinke mode of expecting a strikeout at the end of the inning, 2 strikes at the end of the inning. They're getting their clapping going. They're kind of getting a feel for the team and what the team is doing right now. So when you get the fans coming along like that, that means you're making a great impression.
Well, Kyle did it 5 times against Chicago last month, and he does it tonight. White Sox strand 2 in the first inning. Same lineup tonight as last night. Here's the starting 9 presented by M&I Bank. And the only change is in the number 8 position, where John Buck will catch tonight. Miguel Olivo was behind the plate for Zach Greinke last night. And this is 6'5", 26-year-old Gavin Floyd in the Kia scouting report.
Well, he's got a 5.84 ERA and 0.2 here at the K, so the Royals make him get the ball up. They should have some success tonight.
On target to Coco. Hitless in 5 trips last night, and Coco now 0 for his last 9. Nice play by Fields. He was shallow at third, so he had no reaction time, but able to snag it and throw out crisp. Rest of the defense for Chicago: Carlos Quinton, Scott Podsednik, the center, with Jermaine Dye back and right. And then Fields, who made the nice play with Ramirez, Getz, and Konerko, and A.J. Pierzynski, who's working on his 8th consecutive season of catching at least 1,000 innings. David DeJesus, 2 more hits last night, including his 3rd home run. He has a 5-game hitting streak. Center field for Podsednik, 3 pitches, 2 down. Well, all day it's felt like it's about to rain. It just hasn't happened, at least not here at Kauffman Stadium. A comfortable 65 degrees. We started at 7:10. Official time and temp presented by the parking spot. Easy to spot, easy to park. The parking spot at KCI.
Well, the Royals have come out swinging in the first inning. They're not seeing many pitches right now. 2 quick outs.
You see that bee on the camera behind home plate? We have the robotic camera that was before the inning started. For some reason, and there's the camera behind home plate, for some reason a collection of bees decided to call that area around the camera home. And earlier today somebody came out with a vacuum cleaner device and sucked out a couple thousand bees. Didn't get all of them. Some of them have returned. They had gone out to run some errands and got back, so they're still around the camera, and every now and then you might see the hitters swatting some bees away. Hit hard to center field, and Podsednik is there. It's a 7-pitch 1-2-3 first for Gavin Floyd. starting pitching. Here's tonight's league leaders, brought to you by your Kansas City area Toyota dealers. Of course, the whole league has had a bad time against the Royals starters. They lead the league in strikeouts, second in ERA, second in opponent's batting average, and the second most innings pitched. And they've been particularly tough against Chicago, as the White Sox have now scored 1 run against the Royals starting rotation in 30 innings. 1. Paul Konerko leads off the second. He was 0 for 3, but he may have had the 2 best swings against Greinke last night. Had a couple of lineouts to center field.
You know, we always talk about how the defense feels playing behind the Royals pitchers and who gets who excited about how they're going to go into the game. Are they going to be excited about going into the game? Are going to be a letdown going into the game? But when you look at those numbers of the starters, all the guys on defense and offense got to feel pretty good going into the game that they have a chance to win.
Defense figures there's not going to be a lot of standing around, right? You're going to get strikes thrown.
You should be getting a lot of good plays made because the ball is going to be in play more often. If it pitches 2-2, 3-2 a lot, then you get less great plays made behind you.
Takes pressure off the offense. They know they don't have to score 7 runs. Pass Tien. De Jesus going to get on it in a hurry, and Harold Baines, the first base coach, had his hands up in the air, stopping Konerko before Konerko was halfway to the bag.
Yeah, the one thing about a changeup, and we talked about it in Cal Davies' last start, was that the changeup has to be thrown to the outside part of the plate to come back down and in, maybe to get the right-handed hitter to roll over on the ball. But that changeup is going right back into the swing, and Paul Konerko's a low fastball hitter, so it's really a perfect pitch for him to hit.
And now Pierzynski. He and Podsednik had 2 hits each against Zach last night. So 4 of the 6 hits coming from the bottom of the Chicago order. Pierzynski is a double play candidate, and now Davies has fallen behind 2-0. And there's Pierzynski swatting away some of those bees. If you're going to swat a bee, though, you better get them. Because if you nick them or you miss them, it's not going to get any better.
Well, that's true. Pierzynski is only 1 for 11 against Cal Davies.
And on a 2-0 pitch, lines it into left field. So you can be 1 for 11 against a pitcher, but when you know a 2-0 fastball is coming, those numbers don't mean anything.
Especially when it's up and out over the plate.
This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, Evan Longoria and the Rays head to Fenway Park to take on David Ortiz and the Red Sox. Those 2 teams battled it out in the ALCS last year. Special time of 2:30 following This Week in Baseball, which is at 2 o'clock on Fox. So 2 straight innings now. The White Sox have 2 base runners. This time 2 on, nobody out, and the Royals are ready for Alexi Ramirez to lay down a bunt. Not bunting and takes strike 1. This is not a White Sox team that's piling up the runs. They are second from the bottom in runs scored. They are 12th in batting average, and they're 8th in home runs. So they haven't gotten it going yet with the bats. And Davies ahead, 0-2.
Well, you can see it if Ramirez is swinging the bat well, but right now he's struggling a little bit, and you really want to try to get some runs on the board early. He's a great guy to bunt in this situation. Kyle was able to get that breaking ball, but the biggest thing he's trying to pull too much, and talking to Greg Walker, the hitting coach, they're trying to get him back where he was last year in the center of the field, but right now he's just really getting out front and just trying to jerk everything to left field.
Just missed the corner. Just
to show you how strong his wrists are, last night Zach threw him a hard slider down and away, and He was able to reach out across the plate and still bring that ball back over the shortstop's head for a base hit.
Ooh. Looked like the home plate umpire, Jerry Crawford, may have flinched, but he didn't follow through with the call, and it's 2-2.
See, that's the pitch you want to try to get in there, is that four-seamer, one that doesn't move, and that way you can control where you want it to go inside. When you have to depend on movement, then your release point is going to be crucial.
Chance for two. Vilas handles a tough hop. Double play. So Davies got 4 of those against the Blue Jays on Thursday, and he gets a big one in the second inning tonight.
Well, he does a good job getting the ground ball right here, and Avila's let the ball get down on him a little bit, but he had a good feed to Caspo, and he made a nice throw to Billy.
And you're just talking about him trying to pull the ball too much, Ramirez, and he rolls into a double play.
Well, he just kind of played to his weakness at this point. Give him some pitches that he can roll over on. You want to stay away from with breaking balls.
So Konerko at third base for Scott Podsednik. Two hits, including a bad hop double last night. One and one. Podsednik, World Series hero for the Sox 4 years ago when he won Game 2 with a walk-off home run against Houston. And back with a changeup. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Pierzynski and Konerko with singles in the inning, but Ramirez just rolled into a double play. Two and two. Podsednik had been playing with the Colorado Rockies the last 2 years and signed with the White Sox a minor league deal about a month ago. Just flicks it out into shallow left center field, and Chicago takes a 1-0 lead. Well, it wasn't pretty, but that's why you avoid the strikeout, put bat on ball, and see what happens.
That's when it goes back to what you said about the first 2 strikes are for you, and the third strike is for the team. So he takes this changeup that's running down and away, and he had really just stopped his whole body and just reached out with his arms and was strong enough to get it over Mike's head and left center field.
So that's the White Sox first run of the series, and only the second run that they've scored against a Royals starting pitcher in 5 games. Chris Getz grounded out to second in the first inning. Podsednik can run, not like he did 5 years ago when he had 70 stolen bases for the Brewers, but he is a threat to take off, especially with 2 outs and the leadoff man at the plate. And now it's 2-0 on Getz. Davies has faced 5 in this inning. He has thrown strike 1 to only 1 of the 5 hitters. In fact, he's faced 10 hitters total tonight, and he's been 1-0 on 8 of the 10. There goes Podsednik, and that's up the right field line, but foul. 3 singles and a run scored for the White Sox here in the second inning. And that's into deep right field. Jose Guillen going all the way back. He's got it. 1-0 Chicago to the middle of the second. As we take a look at what's on tap, presented by Bud Light. Tomorrow the Seattle Mariners are in town, and a surprise team in the American League, and like the Royals, doing it with pitching. And then out to the West Coast to face the Angels and the A's. Although both of those teams are below 500, the Angels have had pitching issues. They're 2 games under. The A's are 5 games under. In the middle of that road trip out west, the Royals will have their first off day after playing 20 straight games. Jose Guillen on base 3 times last night with a single, 2 walks. He scored a run and is hit in 5 straight games. Floyd got him reaching at a pitch away, and Chris Getz throws him out. All right, time for You Call It, presented by Sprint. Who is the Royals' biggest central rival? A, White Sox, B, Indians, C, Tigers, D, Twins. What do you think? Text 432-432, enter keyword Royals, followed by a space, and your answer. Standard text rates apply. Ball one on Billy Butler, 1 for 4 with an RBI last night. Who would you say is the Royals' biggest rival in the American League Central?
I would say with this present team, it would be Minnesota.
Jermaine back in right field and makes the catch. How many times have we seen that, either in a Royals uniform or a White Sox uniform?
Well, Billy does a good job staying with this pitch, and you know, it's a 2-seamer that kind of goes out over the plate. It comes right back into his bat, and you know, this is what, if Billy stays where he's at right now, he's just fine. You know, he really squared that ball up well, and Jermaine just made a really nice play on that ball.
So for this team, their biggest rival is?
I would say the Twins. If you look over a few year period, this year is probably going to be everybody. But when I was playing, it was more the White Sox, because it seemed like we were always battling throughout the year. But the Twins have been more or less the Central Division team, other than the Indians getting in there. But I think the Twins Royals games have been pretty exciting.
I agree. They play the tightest games. Always seems like even though Minnesota in years past has come out on top. Every game is 1 or 2 runs. Close proximity. A lot of Twins fans will drive down here to watch some outdoor baseball. Royals fans will take I-35 north to go to the Metrodome. Jacobs 2 for 3 with a walk last night. 3 balls, 1 strike. And I think the Twins have also been an example to every team in the Central and maybe all of baseball that it doesn't take an enormous payroll to be successful if you do all the fundamental things correctly.
Well, that's true, and I think another thing that made them similar was that you weren't dealing with teams that had a lot of power. They had to pitch, they had to play defense, they had to do some fundamental things right to win ball games, and I think that was the main reason they were close, mainly pitching and defense. And the team that executed better fundamentally usually won the game.
Jacobs just got underneath it. Got that pitch down and in where he likes it. Podsednik to play. 2 perfect innings for Gavin Floyd on just 18 pitches. Top of the third with us. Gibby, when does your work as bench coach begin to heighten, where the manager is relying more on you and you're having more conversations?
Usually, maybe towards the middle of the game. But what usually happens, and the manager, when he's running the game, he gets so locked into what he's doing, whether we're on offense, he might put a play on or something, or when you start to get into the ball game, they really start locking in on the bullpen and what the starting pitcher's doing. If they need to, he's looking for signs that he may be tiring, the ball may be coming up, and then he may need to go to his bullpen. So manager's really focused on that kind of thing. And he'll bounce some things off of me here and there, and I'll offer a little tidbit here or there. But he's running the game, and I'll just keep track of the things. The little things are big, but they're little. We may pinch run here. We may have talked about earlier in the game that we may pinch hit for a certain hitter in a certain situation, or with the lead. We've been, going with some defensive replacements late, especially with Meyer out there for Jose Guillen. So those are things I really keep track of because he's so locked into what's going on in the ball game.
That's the second home run of the year for Josh Fields. So Chicago with a 2-0 lead, and now Carlos Quentin is up there. You can hear down in the Royals dugout through Gibby's microphone that the Royals wanted to appeal, but Phil Cuzzy says no swing. I remember when I first visited with you in spring training, and after what happened in Toronto, it'd be easy to assume that it might be kind of a letdown for a former major league manager who had success in Toronto, you know, being a bench coach. But you immediately said, I kind of like this, taking a step back.
Yeah, Ryan, I tell you, I really have enjoyed this. You know, there's always pressure in this game, but there's a lot less pressure on me now than there was. And I'm just trying to, hopefully I can add something that, you know, can maybe help us out, maybe make us a little bit better. And so far, so good. And, you know, it's wonderful and real easy to work with Trey. You know, we're old friends, so that, you know, just coming in, that made things so much easier to begin with. But, you know, I'm very familiar with, you know, the American League East, so if we play some of those teams, maybe something I might be able to add. But I tell you, I can go home a lot earlier after the ball game than I used to, and, you know, and that's not all bad.
John, when it comes to making the lineup out for the game, is that something that you present to Trey, or does Trey present the lineups to you, or what? How do you guys work that part of it out?
You know, Frank, yeah, he makes it out. He may come to me and say, hey, what do you think about this? You know, we may, you know, if you're struggling and you may want to flip-flop a hitter or two, or, you know, somebody may need a day off and may juggle the lineup a little bit. He'll bounce some things off me there. But, you know, one thing I'm real conscious of is I mean, and Trey's very good about that, is, you know, I don't want to say something, recommend something that backfires, and then he never asks you again. So, but yeah, I mean, he's very open about that, and you know, he's going to make the decision. But you know, he'll ask you know, different guys. He'll ask Seitzer as well about hitting type things, and of course, you know, Mac on the pitching end of it. So it's really a good bunch. And, you know, it's open, and you know, he takes everybody's advice, and then ultimately he makes a decision.
Gibby, you were with the Mets when Dwight Gooden burst onto the scene. Can you compare how dominant he was with how Zach's pitching right now?
Oh, I tell you, it's hard to think if anybody can have pitched any better than Zach is right now. I mean, he's almost toying with the guys, and you know, he can get you out with 4 pitches, and he's really made it look easy. I mean, it's not gonna go that way the whole year. I mean, this is big league baseball, and I mean, there's some pretty good hitters he's facing, but you know, it really looks like it's been men against boys, really.
Tommy loses his bat, and thankfully nobody was injured. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You know, the question keeps coming up, and I know you haven't spent a lot of time around Zach, but you know, how's he going to handle all of this attention, and now all of baseball is going to start focusing every time he takes them out? What's your impression being on the staff now for a couple months?
I tell you, Ryan, he's a special kid. You know, he's got a ton of confidence. I mean, you can see that. I can see that from day one. You know, he keeps to himself. You know, he's a lot like Roy Halladay, who I had in Toronto. You know, they don't necessarily talk a lot, you know, during the day. You know, they're very focused. But he's one guy that you know, I don't think it'll get to really. You know, he's a very humble individual. I think he seems to be the kind of kid that, you know, can block things out. But you know, it's going to be a wonderful ride for him, and you know, I hope he enjoys it. I mean, these kind of things don't happen too often. But you know, you just watch every night he goes out there. I mean, he can dominate you with 4 pitches, and you know, there's no guarantees in this business. But every time he goes out there, you feel real good that he's going to win the game, and he usually does.
John, the one thing that I noticed is the team chemistry and the sort of the bounce that the players seem to have in their step when they know that Zach is pitching.
Oh yeah, you know, Frank, they do. You know, the great pitchers, they bring out, you know, the best in guys. You know, one reason too. I mean, nobody wants to screw up behind them, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, the great ones all have that intensity. I mean, you don't necessarily see it in Zach's emotions, but I mean, he's very locked into what he's doing, and that's what the great ones do. They not only do they have the big arms usually, you know, they got that edge about them, and you know, you know what they generally do, they work fast, so the infielders are on their toes. You know, they can't afford to, you know, fall asleep behind them, and the pace of the game works much quicker. So those things usually add up to good ball games.
Well, Gibby, thanks for spending some time with us. We hope we can check in with you in the 6th inning, and maybe the Royals will get back into the game. We can talk some strategy.
Okay, man, enjoyed it.
All right, Royals bench coach John Gibbons down at the far end of the dugout, and so in this inning, two guys who had been out with injuries to the left hand and weren't even in the lineup last night have homered. Josh Fields with nobody on, and now Jermaine Dye with a 2-run shot, driving in himself and Jim Thome.
So this is that running fastball that comes back in, and like I say, if you don't get that ball up around the waist, it's hard. It's going to get hit because it stays down low into the golf swing of a right-handed hitter. And Jermaine really jumped on this ball and got it over the first section of bleachers in left center field.
So Jermaine with home run number 7, and now he's driven in 15. And here's Paul Konerko. Those two hit back-to-back home runs, Dye and Konerko, back on April the 13th, but that wasn't just any back-to-back home runs. They both, in the same game, hit the 300th home run of their career. Needless to say, that's never been done before. But what are the odds that you have two guys on the same team reaching the same milestone, hitting consecutively in the batting order, and both hitting number 300 consecutive at-bats? One and two on Konerko, singled and scored the White Sox first run in the second inning. Two and two. Kyle Davies has been having some problems with the home run ball. He had only allowed one home run in his first 3 starts, but now he's given up 5 in his next 3, and that's hit hard into left center field, and Coco have to play it on a bounce. Konerko not fast, so he'll be held to a single. And the White Sox trying to make up for last night in the first 3 innings tonight.
Well, they're hitting mistakes, and that's what good teams do, and hitters always wait for a pitcher to make a mistake, and Kyle left that pitch out over the plate, and Konerko got the good part of the bat on it. He's a pull hitter, so he's strong enough to pull that ball into the alley.
And a nice stop by John Buck. A.J. Pierzynski singled to left field in the second inning.
Billy can afford to play behind Konerko at first. He's not really a running threat, and you don't have to give away all your defense in this situation.
Good pitch on the outside. Josh Fields and Jermaine Dye have homered in this inning. Two and one. Let's take a look at the Roadrunner Turbo Speed pitch for Kyle Davies and Gavin Floyd. Both have topped out at 94 so far tonight. You can double your speed with Roadrunner Turbo from Time Warner Cable. 2 and 2 on Pierzynski. This start isn't a whole lot different than Kyle's first against the White Sox. The only difference is Kyle was getting men out in the first 3 innings. White Sox had a whole bunch of base runners, but Kyle was able to pitch out of it, and then he got into a groove and retired 12 of 14. Curveball to Billy. Tried to backhand to start a double play, but only gets the out at first. And Konerko moves up to second base.
And the one thing that hurts you on a play like this is sometimes you get in too big of a hurry and you don't let the ball go into the glove. The ball hit right off the heel of the glove, but luckily it bounced right down by Billy's feet, and he was able to make the recovery and get the ball to Kyle for the out at first base.
2 down for Ramirez. He did ground into a double play in the second inning. Foul ball, 0-1. Might have gotten a piece of John Buck, maybe a fingertip on his catching hand. The index finger sticks out of the glove. Or maybe it just bent it back.
Yeah, that's probably more into the wrist area right there when the ball gets up near the top of your glove there. Oh, the bat came down and hit him. That's where Ramirez has got that long swing. Now that would hit that index finger on the outside of the glove right there.
Good curveball, makes the count 1-2. Royals have pitched Ramirez very well so far this year. He's just 1 for 14. Last year he had a big year against the Royals with 4 home runs, 13 RBIs, and then finished the year second to Evan Longoria for American League Rookie of the Year. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, the one pitch he likes is that fastball that's middle in, and also any hanging breaking ball middle in. The pitch has been giving him trouble is that hard slider and hard curveball away from him.
Still 2-2. Brand new series tomorrow. The Seattle Mariners will be in town. Sidney Ponson against Carlos Silva. Tomorrow's game is not in HD. On the air at 6:30 with Royals Live. First pitch at 7:10, and first chance to see Mike Sweeney in a Seattle Mariners uniform. Off the end of the bat to Aviles, and that's the inning. But Chicago goes deep twice. Fields and Dye making it a 4-0 game. Birthday to Joel Goldberg.
Well, thank you, and a happy birthday as well to Sammy Abramson in the truck. We were born on the same day. I just happen to look older than him. A couple people might be feeling or looking older today when they got to work and noticed that our RoboCam, which is kind of up here on the net near the Crown Club, had some visitors. The team needed to call in some bee specialists estimated 10 to 15,000 bees today decided to make their home right up there on that camera. 10 to 15,000, and so they brought in a bee specialist, and apparently they got a couple shop vac type of canisters filled with those bees, released them elsewhere, didn't kill them. 10 to 15,000 bees, Brian.
Now Alberto Callaspo into deep right field, and there's his second Major League home run. So Alberto Callaspo, who went 441 at-bats without hitting a home run in the big leagues, now has 2 on the last 2 homestands.
It's that pitch that stays up and middle in, and he really turns on that ball. And that's first home run of the same area. We talked before, when Floyd gets the ball up, that's when he gives up base hits, and Callaspo really did a great job staying in on that middle in fastball and hit it over the wall.
Now strike one on John Buck. Joel, did you say 10 to 15,000?
Well, that's the report I got, and quite honestly, how do you know? So apparently the bee specialist told Matt, who is on our crew, and I trust Matt, 10 to 15. I mean, let's be honest, if it were 1,000 or 10 to 15,000, that's a lot of bees. Dean Andruck runs that camera for us. He's down below. It's called the robo camera because he's operating a little joystick in there. And I asked Dean today because he was fixing that camera, and I said, Dean, how are the bees? And he said, they're pretty cooperative. They're pretty cooperative. They're not too bad. So Dean is working well with the bees today. I guess most of them are gone. It works for Alberto Callaspo.
Got to get one of those nets over your head, you know. There's one right there on the lens.
They can stay up there. I'm not getting any closer to them.
John Buck flies out to Jermaine Dye, 1 down in the 3rd inning. Royals baseball brought to you tonight by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. And by Colorado Tourism. Plan your summer vacation at colorado.com. So happy birthday to Joel. And Joel mentioned associate producer Sam Abramson, also celebrating 37th birthday. Two and one on Aviles, 1 for 4 last night. Batting average is at .216, but a week ago it was about .160, so a little more comfortable every time he comes to the plate and sees the batting average in big numbers on the Crown Vision screen.
Well, you just really want to just keep your head above water, and if you can walk away with a hit tonight and hope that hit does something to help your ball club, then until you really get your swing going, and that's the key. That what hurts you is when you go home with no hits.
Hits it hard on one hop to Fields. It throws low, but Konerko scoops it up. 2 down. Independence Honda Buck Night and Hy-Vee Pepsi Fireworks is back, coming up on Friday, May the 15th. The Royals will be hosting the Baltimore Orioles at 7:10, but gates to the outfield experience will open at 4, so you can get your weekend started early. Again, that's Friday, May the 15th. Buck Night and Fireworks. 800-6 Royals.com. You can go to the stadium box offices or any Hy-Vee food store. No need to bring honey. Coco grounded sharply to Fields at third base, who had been out of the lineup after being hit on the left hand by a pitch and was tested right away and made a beautiful backhanded stab on Coco, and he was in on the grass, so he had almost no reaction time. Showing a bunt, but taking a curveball high. Stroked into right field. The Royals have their first 2 hits. And Coco snaps an 0 for 10.
Coco does a great job of staying on this breaking ball up out over the middle of the plate and really just that's a changeup. The changeup just doesn't move. You know, if it doesn't move, it gets hit, and if it stays up, it gets hit. And everybody, most of the pitchers using that three finger grip on their changeup with the idea the ball's going to go down and away. But when it stays there, all it does is say hit me, and guys hit it hard too.
David DeJesus flied to center in the first inning.
You know, I was talking to you earlier about changeups and who should you throw changeups to. I really don't think that guys like Coco and guys like Getz, those are the guys to me, Pasednik. I think these are the guys that you don't throw changeups to with 2 strikes because they really slow themselves down and they really just want to put the bat on the ball. I think I'd reserve the changeups for the big hitters, the guys like Konerko and Tomey, guys who are big swingers, and the ball tails down and away. It has more effect on those guys because they're trying to do more with the ball than the guys who are just singles hitters.
Maybe it just gets back to what you've pointed out a few times, that some pitchers just feel like they have to throw all their pitches.
And they really don't. And I really have never been a big fan of a right-hander throwing a changeup to a right-hander, especially if the changeup moves back into the right-hander's swing. If you can throw it to the outside part and let it come down and maybe try to catch the outside corner, that's another deal. But to me, if you're going to throw a changeup to a right-hander, it has to go straight down versus moving into the bat.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Might be a stretch, but I guess you could start a changeup way outside and maybe hope it tails over the outside corner. But I understand your point. I mean, breaking pitches, aren't they designed to eventually be away from the hitter so that they're reaching?
Well, pretty much, yeah. I mean, there are times when a pitcher will throw a hard breaking ball to the inner half to get the hitter to give, and then they still the inside corner. But for the most part, pitchers want to get you out of the way, and those are the pitches designed. You know, changeup going down and away to the left-hander, the 2-seamer going down and away, and the 2-seamer that doesn't go down to a right-hander, that's the one that slides across the plate right into a right-handed hitter who's a low ball hitter like a Konerko. Then those balls get hit pretty hard.
Coco takes off, and DeJesus grounds it to the right side. Floyd to the bag. That's the inning. But the Royals get their first 2 hits. One of them, Alberto Callaspo's second home run of the year. runs in that third inning, and when you face the White Sox, you got to keep the ball in the ballpark.
Well, that's right, because Ozzie Guillen doesn't really like to play the little game very often, even though he's got a few guys that can do it. He relies on the opposing pitcher making mistakes and getting behind in the count, and his big hitters taking advantage. And so far, the two big home runs by Fields and Dye are the difference in the game right now.
1-1 on Podsednik, who drove home Konerko in the second inning. That was the first Chicago run. And then Fields, solo home run. Dye, 2-run home run in the third inning. 4 runs, 6 hits Chicago. 1 run, 2 hits for the Royals. Shallow left. De Jesus wants it. And Podsednik is out. Fox Sports Kansas City is now on Facebook and Twitter. On Facebook, you'll see Royals videos and behind-the-scene photos. And you can follow us on Twitter and get unique Royals news and analysis during the game. To find the links, go to our webpage, foxsports.com/Kansas City. Dave Holtzman, Royals Media Relations Department, is a huge fan of the Royals on Twitter. He wants to know, or Fox Sports Kansas City on Twitter, he wants to know what we're doing all the time.
It's not enough that he eats dinner with us. He wants to know all the time.
No, he does.
Well, you know how I feel about that.
Frank, what are you doing after the game?
I say, catch up with me and find me, and I'll let you know, but I'm not going to put it out there.
3-1 on Getz. He is grounded out, flied out, just missed a home run in the second inning, driving Jose Guillen to the fence in front of the Royals bullpen. And a walk, and that's 3 for Kyle. Other games in the American League Central as we go to Comerica Park in Detroit, where the Tigers are all over the Twins. Tigers a game and a half back of the Royals coming in tonight. This is a home run from Miguel Cabrera, 2-run blast, putting the Tigers in front 8-0. That was in the bottom of the 4th inning. Now they're in the 8th, and the Tigers lead 9-0. Ball 1 on Josh Fields, struck out in the first inning. Hit his second home run of the year in the third. Just foul. So the American League Central is kind of shaping up the way many people predicted before the season began, with only 5 games separating the top from the bottom. That's the second closest race in all of baseball. Royals, Tigers a game and a half back, Twins 2 back, White Sox 2.5, and then Cleveland off to a slow start is 5 back. The only closer division is the American League West, where first and last place are only separated by 4.5 games. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and we asked you, who do you think is the Royals' biggest rival in the Central? You call it, presented by Sprint. Wow, White Sox, 60%. Frank and I had predicted it was the Twins, but look at that. As we speak, it changes. How does that happen? Text 432 432, keyword Royals, followed by a space and your answer.
A lot of that vote might have to do with the fact that the White Sox won a division last year, and you are champions until someone knocks you off.
Bouncing away from Buck. No chance for a ground ball double play as Getz moves up to second base on a wild pitch. Well, you're right, Frank. The public address announcer for the White Sox gets to say all season long, your American League Central Chicago White Sox, Central Division champion Chicago White Sox, every time they take the field.
That's true.
Past Davies. Royals had him played well. Hyaspo went over to the left side of second base to throw out Fields, and moving up to third base is Getz.
Well, this is what you call overshift here. This is when Aviles is playing deep and Cosmo's playing close to really try to hold a runner close. And that's what takes him on the other side of the bag right there. If he's back in his normal position, that's a base hit.
So runner at third, 2 outs for Carlos Quentin, who's batting just .231. Broke his bat into shallow center, and Coco has to play it on a bounce. That's a second bloop RBI for the White Sox tonight. Quentin drives into 17th, and it's 5-1.
Well, that's that little cutter type pitch that Kyle's throwing, and Quentin got it right off the end of the bat and broke the bat. You can see it going down and away, and he just reached out there just so strong that he was able to get it out into center field.
Now Jim Thome with 2 outs. Thome walked in front of the Dye home run in the 3rd inning and walked back in the 1st. His first walk put him into a tie for 15th on the all-time walk list with Harmon Killebrew. So his second walk means he is 15th all by himself. One and one. Right now, one swing from Jim Thome is the difference between the Royals winning every game against Chicago so far this year and the Royals having a 3-1 advantage. Quentin runs, and Buck's throw is a little late. First stolen base of the year for Quentin. And I don't think he takes off unless he thinks he can get a big jump.
Well, the one thing, Billy's playing behind him, and Ozzie Guillen's taking advantage of that fact. And usually when the first baseman's playing behind you like that, very rarely the pitcher's going to throw over.
Tien doesn't see it, so John Buck has to go over in front of the dugout to make the catch. It's that time of night where it's tough to find the ball. White Sox add another run. Royals baseball brought to you tonight by Bud Light. With the right taste that never fills you up. The difference is drinkability. And by AT&T, switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Martin into center field, and the Royals have a man on to begin the fourth inning. Down by 4.
Yeah, that was a nice, easy swing. The ball got in on Mark a little bit, was able to pull his hands in and steer the ball back through the middle of the field.
Tien lined out to deep center field his first time up. They're trying to stay up the middle against Gavin Floyd. Here's Jose Guillen, grounded out in the second inning. And that's the pitch that Floyd got him to reach at and ground out to Getz.
The one thing that Jose's been able to do is make adjustments in his swing. There are times when he'll overswing, but then he'll come back and make an adjustment and drive the ball to right center field. And that's just a sign of a good hitter, a guy that can make that adjustment. Really, Ron, we talked about pitch to pitch versus at bat to an at bat.
I've heard that the average major league hitter makes adjustments game to game. The good one makes adjustments at bat to at bat, and the great ones make adjustments pitch to pitch.
And that's how you have to do it. And I think hitting is it's the toughest thing to do in sports. And when you can make those adjustments quickly, that's in between 3 out of 10 and 1 out of 10.
Broke his bat, but flares it into right field. Tien will hold, but Jermaine Dye's arm. And there's 2 on, nobody out in the fourth inning.
If you take a look at his swing, here's a two-seamer coming in on him, but you can see how he can pull his hands in and still get the fat part of the bat to the ball, where a lot of guys will take the normal swing and their batter just shatter and they hit a little weak pop up the shortstop. So that's just how good he is in terms of being able to recognize the ball coming in and being able to pull his hands in with it and get the fat part of the bat on the ball.
Billy Butler had a good swing his first time, flying out to deep right field. Ball one from Gavin Floyd. It took a nice running play by Jermaine Dye to the warning track to retire Butler. Two and 0. That pitch was designed for a ground ball and a double play, and Billy wouldn't go for it.
Yeah, he wants to get something down, something running down like a sinker, two-seamer. And he knows he gets it on the ground, he's got a great chance of getting a double play.
Three and 0. There's no doubt that Billy has his sights set on a certain pitch.
Well, he's got to get, if Trey Hillman has him hitting right here, which I probably would not have him hit it in this situation 3-0, he's still got to really pick the pitch he can handle and do something with.
Three and 1. Some guys don't like hitting with the count 3-0. Some guys feel like they have to swing if they get the green light.
Well, they do, and they don't really get the pitch they really want. But I think with the score the way it is, you're trying to get base runners right now, and I think it's always good to take that pitch 3-0. Now 3-1, you should be getting pretty much the same pitch.
And he hits it to right field, not very deep. Dye on the run. Tien will tag. Dye was in no position to throw. So first and third for Mike Jacobs.
But just getting back to what I said, he took the 3-0 fastball down the middle, but in that situation there, they're trying to get an out. He can't afford to walk and give you another base runner, so he's going to challenge you with the same pitch. and it just beat Billy just a little bit with that fastball.
Mike Jacobs flied out to center field in the second inning. The Royals would take that here. They'd prefer one in the gaps or maybe one in the fountains.
That would be ideal right there for the Royals, to have one floating around in the water out there.
Well, he was going for the fountains, and the count is 0-1. Well, here's a situation where if the Royals don't turn this into a big inning, you absolutely, down by 4, have to get Tien home.
You got to have something in this inning. It's early enough in the game that this run here will really turn the game around to this where you can say it's a ball game. If you don't score here, then you got to work that much harder to make up for the run you don't get in this inning.
1 ball, 1 strike. Tien and Guillen with consecutive singles to open the inning. Butler's fly ball getting Tien over to third base. Royals scored last inning on an Alberto Callaspo home run. Plays off a sinker. It's 2-1. Blasted into deep center field. Back goes Podsednik. It's a 1-run game. Wow. Boy, get your binoculars out. Where in the world did that thing land?
I think wow was the right word when he hit that ball. That ball took one hop and hit the base of the scoreboard. You don't see balls hit in that area at all. And he got a fastball 93 miles an hour down into his wheelhouse, and he didn't miss. And when Mike Jacobs gets the ball down and then squares it up, it really goes a long way.
Callaspo didn't mean to go around, and that's foul.
Well, this is one of these swings you don't even have to describe. You just listen.
Tien went back to tag just in case somebody standing next to the scoreboard caught it.
That's what you call a no-doubter right there. I mean, that ball, just to listen to the sound of it come off the bat, everybody could have just started running home, because that was not going to get caught by anybody.
And Callaspo is down on strikes. They're going to call that 440 feet. Now, everything the Royals have done with the outfield experience has been beautiful and has added atmosphere. But Mike Jacobs has hit 2 balls this year in that area, and because of that barrier that's up there and because we can't see the grass anymore, it's really tough to see how far that went. But, man, I'm thinking that thing came very close to hitting the base, the concrete base of Crown Vision.
And the only person I've seen actually hit that base was Bo Jackson in batting practice, and he was using an aluminum bat. So So for that ball to go over 3 walls and take a short hop and hit the base of the scoreboard, that's a bomb right there.
Remember a couple of homestands ago, he hit one off the wall on the right side of that base. Buck, good swing, hitting it hard to the opposite field, but flags it down and throws him out. But it's a brand new game. Royals down by 4 twice tonight. Mike Jacobs makes it a 1-run game. Joe Goldberg and Jamie Quirk with highlights and analysis. Boulevard Royals Live, brought to you by Boulevard Brewing Company, Kansas City's beer.
You know, Ryan, you talk about pick me up. If that doesn't pick up Kyle Davies, I don't know what will pick him up, because he's right back in the ball game now.
Ball one on Jermaine Dye. Here's an angle. This is from Rival Sports Bar in right field towards the area where Mike Jacobs' ball landed, clearing those three walls. Joel Goldberg is on his way out there right now to try and get a report of where that ball landed. Jermaine hit a long home run to left center field in the third inning, 1 for 2. And now Davies has fallen behind, 2 balls, 1 strike. He has pitched behind in the count quite a bit tonight.
Well, that's not a good thing to do against the middle of this White Sox order, because they'll make you pay, especially if you come back with something down the middle of the plate.
And that's through the left side. So a 2-1 pitch. Dye singles to left, and back come the White Sox with a man on for Paul Konerko. Now Davies has to deal with his pitch count, which is up to 94. And if he looks frustrated, that's because he just noticed that Royals manager Trey Hillman has come out of the dugout. So Trey tried to give Davies a chance to qualify for a win by going at least 5, but with the leadoff man on and Konerko coming up, it's Robinson Tejeda out of the bullpen. Davies, that's 8 hits and 4+ innings. Trey Hillman bringing in his mid-game stopper. At least that appears what Robinson Tejeda's role is.
Well, we talked about that whole category, and it's really not a bad spot to be, because if he can hold them right here and the Royals come back, then he'd be the one qualifying for the win tonight.
And this is one of the benefits of the Royals starting pitching staff throwing so many innings, is because the bullpen is so rested. With no hesitation, Trey can turn it over to the pen in the 5th inning. And
Robinson Tejeda is more than a 1-inning pitcher, and that really helps a lot too, because you have a couple of guys like that in your bullpen that really can get you some much needed innings and get you deeper into the game.
Paul Konerko, 2 singles and a run scored against Davies. He went around, 1 ball, 1 strike. Tejeda, 8 2/3 innings. He's only given up 4 hits. So the league is batting just 143 against him, but he's walked 9. So that's a total of 13 runners in 8 2/3 innings.
Well, the Royals were playing behind some of the White Sox runners who don't run very well, and Jermaine Dye's lost some speed over the last few years, and so the Royals are holding him close to the bag, especially after Carlos Quinn went down and stole a base the last time out.
On the outside corner, Tejeda comes up with a big strikeout. So 1-on-1 out for A.J. Pierzynski. It's a 1-run game because of a long home run from Mike Jacobs with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Joel Goldberg is still in the same zip code that we are, but just barely out where Jacobs hit that home run.
I was going to try to take a helicopter or something to get out here. It took me a while to walk out. And doing a little bit of research, talking to some of the vendors and security out here, it obviously cleared the batter's eye. It went all the way and bounced off of the cement and shot all the way up from eyewitness accounts and hit the bottom of the base of the crown vision. Underneath where it says out on the crown vision, it was kind of below that. It didn't quite hit the board, but it shot all the way up the sidewalk and almost cleared the base of the crown vision, which is awfully tall to begin with. So that is definitely the monster shot of the year so far.
Now, Joel, from your perspective, how far does home plate look?
Well, first off, remember that I'm still a handful of feet closer, because if I go behind the batter's eye, you're not going to see me. But what are they listed at? 440?
440.
It feels like longer than 440, especially when you consider the bounce and then the ricochet. I mean, when you figure how far it ricocheted, I mean, I don't know, 470, 475, something like that. It was just an unbelievable shot. Apparently, I heard a White Sox fan got it. I was going to track him down, so forget it.
Well, Joe, you look closer in the monitor, but to the live eye, looking from here, you look pretty small out there where you are.
Well, hold on. Hi, guys.
There you are.
I'm waving. You guys, I could see the FS Kansas City sign, the Fox Sports Kansas City sign. So, yeah, it's far, but I know how Coco feels now.
Do those folks out there know it's your birthday?
No, and I'm not going to tell them. Unless you want to come out and tell them.
Still 1-2 on A.J. Pierzynski. The Royals don't want to get into a home run derby with the White Sox, but they have out-homered Chicago this year. Last year, the White Sox took the season series 12-6, so it wasn't even close. But they hit 15 more home runs than the Royals did. Pierzynski past Butler, and Dye is going to make the turn. The White Sox will have runners at the corners and 1 out. Well, you just pointed out that the Royals felt like they needed to hold Jermaine Dye. That took away some of Billy's range.
Well, it definitely does. And when you're first baseman, one of the biggest things you have to remember, if it's a left-handed hitter, is how far can I slide off? If he's a pull hitter, you only want to maybe take a step and hold. But if it's a guy that can hit the ball through the hole, you maybe take a shuffle off a little bit further. So that's one of the most difficult things for a first baseman to know is how far to shuffle off after the pitch is made to the plate.
What the Royals obviously need here is a ground ball double play, and they've gotten one of those from Alexi Ramirez. Twice he has grounded out to short, once into a double play. 0-1.
Well, after getting back in the game, it'd be nice if they could put a 0 up this inning and give their offense a chance to go to work. I think it'll really be a big boost for them to get out of this inning and not give up a run.
Ramirez just 1 for 15 against the Royals this year. To the right side and past Cayaspo, and the White Sox add to their lead. Pierzynski on his way to third, and the throw hits him. So it's 6-4. That run is charged to Kyle Davies.
You know, the one thing that we've seen that's really been happening a lot this year is a lot of balls are hitting a lot of runners going into third base and other bases. So they have great opportunities to get them out, but for some reason the balls seem to keep hitting the runners. But Tejeda actually made a nice pitch there. Ramirez actually stayed inside the ball and really forced it over there, and that might be a good sign that he's trying to make some adjustments at the plate also.
Now ball one on Podsednik. Singled home a run in the second inning, flied out in the fourth. Ramirez will run. He has 5 stolen bases. Long run, John Buck over near the White Sox dugout. Bending over the railing. He had it in his glove, but like he hit the railing right as the ball was coming down in his glove.
Well, that was a great effort by John on that play. That's nothing easy about that play at all. You know, that railing's kind of hitting your mid-thigh, and you think you got it. You don't know exactly where the railing is because it's below your eye level, and there's a lot going on over there. They're having that new wall, too, that new concrete wall there. I'm sure he's aware of that also. But it would have been an outstanding play if he'd have made that play.
He may have been hurt a bit by his glove hitting that fan's arm. Now, when you're reaching into the stands, that's the fan's territory. But watch the fan in the camel blazer just hit his arm, and that may have moved his glove enough because the ball did hit his glove.
And you really have to be careful there, but just a little bit to the right is a pretty long fall into the dugout. So that's another. You didn't see the White Sox people running over there trying to help him, keep him from falling in. And they shouldn't have probably. Yeah, I think the fans really want these baseballs on these foul balls, but I think if they're real attentive and they're real into the game and they realize how important it is for the catcher to catch that ball, if they were really into it, they clear a space and let him try to make the play, and chances are he'll get a ball later.
Well, if you can sit down in those seats, you can afford a baseball. Ramirez runs, and Buck's throw is not in time. Just to the third base side of the bag. Trey Hillman is going to argue.
That's one of those tough calls for the umpire because you're actually tagging the body of the base stealer and not the hand of the base stealer. And there you can see clearly the tag was high, and Ramirez was able to get his hand in there.
It was a short conversation between Trey Hillman and Todd Tishner. The count is now 3-1 on Podsednik. Runners second and third, one out. The inning began with Kyle Davies on the mound. Gave up the single to Jermaine Dye, and then Tejeda struck out Konerko, but now Pierzynski and Ramirez have singled.
Another thing, too, Ryan, on this tag here, the ball was way to Mike's right, and he had to come so far back to try to make the tag, and that takes a little bit of weight, too. If it's on the back, he could let the ball travel to the bag and tag straight down, and he's probably got an out right there.
Infield in halfway for the Royals. And Podsednik pops it up. Pierzynski tagging. Guillen has a great arm. Pierzynski to the plate. Here's the throw. He didn't get it. And we're going to have another argument. Jose Guillen firing his glove after the runner was called safe. That was an outstanding throw.
Well, Jose did everything he could right here. He got behind the ball and just let loose. That's one of them do-or-die plays right there. But it looks like he did get his foot in there. You know, maybe if John could have stayed back a little bit further and let the ball travel a little further, he had a better chance to make that play. He sort of went up to get it on the fly versus staying back and trying to make that tough short hop and try to block it.
Well, you can't argue with where Jerry Crawford was. I mean, he's right there. It appears the foot right across home plate right before Buck applied the tag. So White Sox come back with 2 more runs, and a 1-run game is back to a 3-run game. One ball, no strikes. Of course, Jamie Quirk, who is part of Royals Live pre and post. How does a catcher play that one, Jamie?
Well, I thought John Buck went out to get the ball. The ball's going to get there faster if you let it travel, just like Frank was saying exactly. Let the straddle it and make the runner go around you. He gave home plate away and let Pierzynski have a clear shot at it and then tried to go get him. If he just lets the ball travel and takes home plate away, he's going to be out.
Is it an easier play for him, though, Jamie, if he gets a nice long hop?
Absolutely. You know, a long hopper in the air, either one. You know, the short hop is the one that gets you. But, you know, if he made Pierzynski go around him a little bit, that makes his route a little bit longer. He had a clear shot to home plate with the way John fielded the ball.
All right, thanks, Jamie. You'll hear Jamie and Joel on Boulevard Royals Live after the game. It was an excellent throw by Jose Guillen. I just wonder if John was trying to make sure there was no short hop, and that's why, you know, he went out to get it. But from your angle and Jamie's angle, he could have stayed back.
Well, the short hop is the toughest one for a catcher. It's tough to short hop and tag, so he probably was using his best judgment in that situation. I guess what Jamie's saying is that when you're coming down from third base, the catcher usually try to give you that outside corner to slide to, but he pretty much had the whole plate right there to slide to, and he was saying if you take away that, then you force him to slide more to the outside, and you got a chance to push him off the home plate.
And looking at that angle there, that throw was high enough where he could have stayed back and still not had a short hop. White Sox get 2 more, so it's a 3-run game, but it's only the bottom of the 5th inning. Mike Jacobs homering to the base of Crown Vision in straightaway center field, 440 feet from home plate. That made it a 5-4 game, but Chicago just came back in the top of the fifth to score 2. And now the Royals back to work against Gavin Floyd with Mike Aviles, Coco Crisp, and David DeJesus coming up. Floyd retired 8 of the first 9 that he faced. Then the Royals' second time through the order, coming up with 3 runs on 4 hits. One ball, 2 strikes on Aviles, grounded out to third base in the 3rd inning. Two and two. Up the middle, Ramirez is there. 1 out. And now Coco Crisp. Well, fans, the Blue Crew, presented by Farmers Insurance, is the biggest and best fan club in baseball for kids 14 and under. For just $20, each package includes a cool sling backpack, Royals cap, 2 game tickets, Sunday Fun Run VIP pass, which means you can go to the front of the line, and much more. You can get your Blue Crew packages at customer services here at the ballpark or at Royals.com. Coco is grounded out, singled, 1 for 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Coco putting an end to an 0 for 10 with his base hit to right field in the 3rd inning. Three balls, no strikes. No walks yet for Gavin Floyd, only 1 strikeout. He averages about a strikeout per inning, but his only strikeout tonight in 4 1/3 was against Cayaspo in the 4th inning. And there's his first walk. And for Coco, his 18th walk of the year. And Ozzie Guillen is going to go out to the mound. In my opinion, it's never a good thing when the manager makes the first trip to the mound and nobody's warming up in the bullpen.
Well, he sees a game where he had a commanding lead and he lost a commanding lead and he added on a few more runs, and he wants Floyd to go out and be competitive and get the ball over the plate.
Well, that was the beginning of the 3rd time through the order with Coco's walk. And the league hitting .378 against him, exact opposite of Zach Greinke. The league is barely hitting .100 against him 3rd time through, but that's Zach.
But right now it is. That's for sure. Yeah, I think Ozzie's just trying to, boost his confidence, trying to get him back to refocus on the game and just get him to make the Royals put the ball in play like he did in the previous innings.
David 0 for 2 so far, and trying to bunt. That's a fair ball, and an excellent play by Pierzynski to get on that thing while it was spinning and was still in fair territory. So Coco to second base and 2 down.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things to do as a hitter. If you don't bunt for a base hit a lot, to where you can perfect it and know exactly what you want to do, know that you can wait on a certain pitch to do it with, then you're always going to make those mistakes where you kind of get in between whether you want to bunt it or take it, and you end up with bunting the ball right out in front of the plate. So it's hard to bunt a sinker. So you got to pick the right pitch, or else you got to take it.
Tien is lined to deep center and singled to center against Floyd. He and Jose Guillen scored on the Jacobs home run last inning. Blocked by Pierzynski, ball one.
A lot of times when you're following a walk, Ryan, you want to go up and see if there's something to Ozzie Guillen's visit to the mound, or is Gavin Floyd actually losing command? You might want to just go up there and just take a pitch.
Riding away from Tien, 1 ball, 1 strike. Gavin Floyd has the type of stuff to really pile up the strikeouts. The Royals have been making contact all night. Coco Crisp got such a big jump that A.J. Pierzynski didn't even look to third base, let alone throw the ball. Coco swipes his 3rd of the year.
Well, one thing Ozzie's not sacrificing is his defensive positioning, so he pretty much gave that stolen base away right there. He wants his guys to be in position to make the play on a ground ball and not give up a cheap hit with a guy over there faking, trying to hold him close and be out of position.
Tien strikes out, only the 2nd for Floyd, and the Royals strand Crisp at third base in the 5th inning. Home run to center field, making it at the time a 1-run game. And a freeze cam look at that swing. Coors Light freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. The Royals just having a tough time tonight keeping the White Sox under control. White Sox have scored in 4 of the 5 innings they've come to the plate. They've had a 4-0 lead, which became 4-1, a 5-1 lead, which was 5-4, and then they added 2 in the 5th to lead 7-4. Josh Fields is 1 for 3 with a solo home run. And Tejeda's ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. Six of the 7 runs tonight charged to Kyle Davies, who went 4 innings, faced 1 batter in the 5th. 6 runs on 8 hits. And then Tejeda gave up the 7th run in relief. Right off of our microphone. Josh Fields, a former quarterback for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. In fact, he has the school record 55 career touchdown passes, but not regarded as an NFL prospect, but a big baseball prospect. First round pick of the White Sox is down on strikes. Tejeda strikes out his second. Well, fans, want to remind you again about the new weekday play pack. It's a great deal for weekday games in May. 4 Field Plaza tickets with $20 worth of concessions. Unlimited free games in the outfield experience for $40. $40. That's a $150 value. Carlos Quentin with his second hit. So he's 2 out of 3 with an RBI. And the White Sox now with 11 hits against Davies and Tejeda.
Miguel left that fastball up, and you know, even when you're throwing 95, 94, 96, if you're up in the zone, these hitters, they can really catch up with it.
Thome 2 walks, a run scored, and a foul out to John Buck. As he normally is, going for it all.
Well, as long as we've seen Jim Thome play, he's got the same swing. There's no two-strike approach in his swing. It's all about all or none when he swings a bat.
Came up as a third baseman with the Cleveland Indians. I moved over to first base as a free agent, signed with the Philadelphia Phillies. Had a couple of big years there, then fought some injuries and resurrected his career. A couple of years ago in Chicago was the American League Comeback Player of the Year. 2-1. And one of the real good guys in the game.
You won't find any better. Very professional.
A throwback type player, and he even dresses like a throwback player with the pant legs up near his knees. He comes from a baseball family in Peoria, Illinois, very close to his late grandfather Chuck, and always wore his pants to honor his grandfather. He grew up a Cubs fan in Illinois, which I'm sure he keeps a secret now that he's with the White Sox. And he walks for the third time tonight, and the White Sox at it again in the 6th inning with runners at first and second and 1 out. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre with Frank White, Joel Goldberg, who is celebrating his birthday. Producer Kevin Shank, director Steve Kurtenbach, associate producers Al Broughton, and Sam Abramson, who is also celebrating his birthday. And he will celebrate. 2 hits, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored for Jermaine Dye. He has hit his 7th home run of the year. I remember when the Royals traded a former first-round pick, Michael Tucker, to the Atlanta Braves for Jermaine Dye. Jamie Walker and Keith Lockhart were also involved in that trade. But at the time, it was not regarded as a good trade. But what a player Jermaine Dye has turned into.
Well, that was an outstanding trade for the Royals. I mean, I had the pleasure of being his outfield coach for about 4 years, and I said having him was a pleasure because with him out there, I just went through one round of the order with him, and then he had it the rest of the way. So they pretty much, along with Damon and Beltran, they just basically kind of ran the outfield. It was fun to be their coach.
This is a big outfield, but there was not a whole lot of room out there with those three guys.
No, they covered some ground, and nobody took extra bases on Jermaine because of his throwing arm, and it was just one of those fun defensive outfields that you just really love to come to work with every day.
Jermaine in 2001, then traded to the Colorado Rockies for Cover Your Ears, Nafi Perez. And then in the same deal, a three-way deal, ended up with the Oakland A's, where he played in the postseason and was the World Series MVP for the White Sox in 2005. On the inside corner. No argument from Jermaine. Another strikeout for Tejeda. Now he has to get past Paul Konerko.
Well, Tejeda's usually a power guy up in that 95-mile-an-hour range, but he throws an 88-mile-an-hour two-seamer that came right on the corner. Now, that's a great move there. I mean, it starts in the middle of the plate, and it moves right to the inside corner. Jermaine gave up on it, and Tejeda was able to get the strikeout.
Konerko 2 out of 3 with a run scored. He has Quinton down at second base and Tomey at first. Paul Konerko is the second best hitter in the American League right now as far as batting average with runners in scoring position. 455. Great pitch, man. 97 at the knees over the outside corner.
He can have that pitch all day. There's not a hitter in baseball who can do anything with that pitch right there.
Only Denard Span of the Minnesota Twins has hit better with runners in scoring position. Into center, Coco coming up, and that's the inning. A single and a walk with 2 strikeouts, and Tejeda throws a scoreless 6th.
If the Royals hit a home run this inning, Denise will win $2,700. But if the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Denise will win $25,000 from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals.
Well, the Royals have homered twice tonight. Alberto Callaspo and Mike Jacobs have homered against Gavin Floyd, who had only allowed 2 home runs in his first 29 innings. So he has kept the sinker down for the most part this year. There's a hard slider cut on and missed. Guillen singled in the 4th inning, scored on the Jacobs home run. He's also grounded out to second base.
That's one of those swings that Jose will take if he's guessing fastball and really let it go, but he's been able to adjust his swing after that pitch and just go for the base hit.
There is a very light mist that has just started to fall. Not a factor in the game at all. So why did I bring it up?
Because it's falling.
As opposed to rising?
It's blowing.
3-1 on Guillen. And a leadoff walk. This game, in some ways, is similar to the Scott Baker game on Sunday at Minnesota. Of course, Baker was working on a no-hitter through 6. The Royals turned that into a victory, but Gavin Floyd has only given up 5 hits in the first 5 innings, but he has been falling behind. He doesn't have his normal strikeouts. And the Royals have had good swings all night, and maybe they're poised in the middle of the 3rd time through the order to do something big, and they're going to get a runner in scoring position after that wild pitch.
Well, the one thing you can't afford to do is keep walking guys, and right now that pitch there, you can see more or less tried to aim that ball, and you can see Przinsky's frustration going back to the wall to get this ball. He just takes his mask and just slams it down as he's going back.
And now pitching coach Don Cooper is going to go out and chat with Gavin Floyd. Would that be a pep talk for the pitcher? Well, you can understand Przinsky's frustration. The offense has given Gavin Floyd 2 different 4-run leads and now a 3-run lead. A walk and a wild pitch. And that forces the White Sox to warm up Matt Thornton with nobody out in the 6th inning. A situation like this, sorry Frank, but you can understand some base hits here, but not walks.
Well, you don't want to walk, and I think that's why Guillen went out, is trying to get him focused on throwing strikes, and you're in the game, you got the game, just make him put the ball in play. When you miss the home plate by that much, a lot of times that goes back to concentration, and I think that's why Przinsky is pretty upset, because he's not focusing on what he's supposed to be doing out there.
One and one on Butler. Billy, another Royal that's had a bad luck out against Gavin Floyd, 0 for 2 when he flied out in the 2nd inning. Jermaine Dye had to run to the chain link fence in front of the Royals bullpen.
Well, the way Floyd is going right now, the old saying is he's a hit away, you know, or he's either hit away or he's a pitch away, you know, from being in or being out.
Got some help there from Billy, chasing a slider down and away. Guillen to 3rd, and Ramirez didn't have a play. So Butler ends up with an infield single. Tying run coming to the plate, and it happens to be Mike Jacobs.
Well, you won't be saying Billy Butler getting the infield hit too often, but in this case right here, you got to pitch away. He rolled over on it. Ramirez playing deep at shortstop. And Billy's running as hard as he can and really does a great job getting down the first baseline. Ramirez tried to fake a throw to first and maybe catch Guillen rounding third. See, Billy puts his head down, and that's he's giving it everything he's got right there. Well, Ryan, I told you, he's either hit away or pitch away.
Well, he's out, and with the tying run coming to the plate, and Mike Jacobs, Ozzie Guillen is going to bring in his hard-throwing lefty Matt Thornton. Single. And with 2 on and nobody out. And the Royals down by 3 in the 6th inning. Ozzie Guillen turning to his bullpen maybe an inning or two earlier than he wanted. And Matt Thornton to face Mike Jacobs.
Well, Ozzie did everything he could to coax him on later into the game, but Floyd just couldn't master the command problems and got himself in trouble.
A walk, a wild pitch, and an infield single. And Mike Jacobs, who has already hit a 3-run home run, that was in the 4th inning, 440 feet to straightaway center, now faces the lefty hard-throwing Matt Thornton. Fastball at 95. Now these two hooked up in Chicago when the Royals opened the season against the White Sox. Thornton struck out Jacobs. It's the only time he's ever seen Thornton. But the temperature was in the 40s. And I think Jake is a little more comfortable at the plate tonight.
Well, he just got to make him get the ball down. The high fastball's got a lot of life to it, and if he can get Thornton down into his zone, he can put the ball in play very hard.
He has not homered against a lefty yet this year. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, this is Mike Jacobs early in the game in the 4th inning. One of the longest home runs I've ever seen here in Kauffman Stadium. Short hopped the base of his crown division and estimated 440 feet.
Guillen at third base, Butler at first, nobody out. Started to go, checked, says Tom Hallion down at third base. into the upper deck on the third base side.
Yeah, Mike just needs to bring him down a little bit. That ball in that area at 95, 96 got a lot of life to it, and it's going to be a tough pitch to catch up to.
Well, he got a pitch down, but it was away, and Thornton strikes him out. So first and third, one away for Alberto Callaspo. Our next Royals broadcast in high definition is coming up on Thursday afternoon. That's the second and final game against the Mariners. Afternoon game on the air at 12:30. First pitch at 1:10, presented by Time Warner Cable. Seattle series begins tomorrow night at 7:10. Callaspo chasing a pitch that was up.
Well, that's really Callaspo coming out of his game right there. Thornton is throwing 95, 96, and he's trying to swing 95, 96, where his strength is just in staying short and just hitting the ball the other way back through the middle.
Into deep left field. Back goes Quinton. It is off the fence. Butler going to be held at third base. Callaspo that close to tying the game. It's 7-5. And the doubles machine does it again.
Just a nice short swing. Matt Thornton got a ball down, and Callaspo was able to drop the head of the bat on it. Just nice quick hands, not over swinging. And the ball jumped off his bat against the left field wall. So just like a left-handed hitter, the ball down, it's quick. He got a quick bat, and here's Billy round in third. He put the brakes on quick. But a right-hander can operate the same as a left-hander, especially the ball down, because you can get the bat head to it a lot faster when the ball really jumps.
And now John Buck. John Buck has had a bad time with Matt Thornton. He was 0 for 2 tonight against Gavin Floyd. But against Thornton, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Well, chasing that high fastball against Thornton, you're not asking for a lot of success. You got to do like Callaspo did, force the ball down where you can get the bat head of the bat on it. And John's a low ball hitter.
On the outside corner. Now you'd like to see that old Little League approach when you have 2 strikes and just choke up. Make sure you make contact.
Well, they're giving you a run in the middle, so you might as well try to take it if you can get it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Buck has done very well this year with runners in scoring position. At the moment, tied with Mike Jacobs for the team lead in RBIs this year at 16. Buck has played in 9 fewer games than Jacobs. 2 down. Mike Aviles has grounded out twice, both times to the left side. Ball 1 outside. And Aviles has only seen Thornton once. He's 0 for 1. Two 0. Well, Thornton can throw pitches other than the fastball, but you're not going to see him very often.
Well, right in this situation right here, he's not going to get beat on anything but his fastball. That's his best pitch, and that's what the Royals are going to have to hit.
3 balls, no strikes. And that's when you know that a guy has an excellent pitch, is when the hitters know it's coming, yet it's still effective.
It's still effective, got a lot of life on it. It doesn't have as much life down as it does up.
3-1.
But it gets there in a hurry.
All this started with a walk to Jose Guillen from Gavin Floyd. Outstanding pitch on 3-1, if it was a strike. Aviles thought it was outside.
Well, that's one of those one that's you don't mind taking that pitch because you really can't do anything with it. But when you go to 2 strikes, now you got to try to foul a pitch like that off and hope that Thornton makes a mistake on the next pitch.
Walked him, and they're loaded up for Coco Crisp. So Butler at third, Cayaspo at second, Aviles at first, and Coco coming up. So hang in there, Denise Comer. And our Sonic Slam inning. The Royals have a grand slam this year. John Buck hit it against the Indians. It wasn't in the 6th inning.
Well, if Denise is watching this game, she's got to be pretty excited right now.
Coco's had a good night, a walk, a single, and the only out he made was a shot to third that was flagged down by Josh Fields. Coco 1 for 5 against Matt Thornton. At the knees over the outside.
That's a tough pitch right there. It's not much you're going to be able to do with that pitch. Maybe get the 2 strikes and just try to put it in place, serve it out in right field, but that's a tough pitch to drive.
A little bit outside. This is the 3rd game of the year. Coco against hard-throwing Bobby Jenks of the White Sox in the 9th inning. It was a tie game and a 2-run home run. That was a game that Kyle Davies started. He didn't win. The Royals taking 2 out of 3 from the White Sox.
Well, the one thing Matt Thornton is making sure right now, he's not going inside with anything. He's going to make, if he's going to get hurt, he's going to get hurt the other way. He's not going to give anything to pull, especially after the ball that Castro hit off the left field wall.
And just has pinpoint control over the outside in this inning. Struck out Jacobs, gave up an RBI double to Cayaspo, struck out Buck, walked Aviles, and now ahead 1-2 on Crisp. Didn't get the call, but there is no doubt what he's trying to do. Well, what does he do here? I mean, if you're Coco, he's got to be thinking outside, right?
Well, he's got to go back out there because on 2-2, you can't come inside for a ball. You got to throw a strike. That means you're going to be on the plate and get a chance to get hit. So I think he'll go back outside.
A little bit low. You talk about some guts, laying off that pitch. And now everyone's standing at Kauffman Stadium.
Well, he took a shot at it, but the reason Coco didn't swing at it because he been pounding him hard away so much that he was just lucky that he didn't get a chance to swing at that ball because it was down in the hitting zone.
Walked him. 1-run game. That's an outstanding at-bat for Coco Crisp. He was down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he had him set up for a fastball inside, but the thing is, on 2-2, you can't miss on 2-2. You got to try to make it happen right there. So he tried to really catch him looking out over the plate and get the ball on the inside corner. But when you got a guy out there that his eyes are already out there, he's not going to pull the trigger on the ball inside.
Well, the Royals just will not go away tonight. De Jesus over the inside corner. So Thornton really working that side of the plate.
Well, David is better middle in. That's when he can create some damage to the pitcher. And last night he did the same thing. He got a ball middle in and turned on it, and that was a home run to right field.
Foul ball.
Yeah, for some reason they feel like David can't turn on that fastball inside, but that's really his power zone right there. Now if he gets it in off the plate a little further, that's one thing. But go back to the Chicago against Danks and those guys. They kept pounding the ball inside. They kept breaking bats. But the only thing is, if you miss, it's a whole nother story.
Didn't mean to go around, but the Royals get 2. And once again, it's a 1-run game. Pick up Kyle Davies, who allowed 6 earned runs in 4 innings tonight. The Royals have had another pesky night at the plate. They've been down by 4 runs a couple of times. Twice they've come back to make it a 1-run game. Mike Jacobs hammering a 440-foot 3-run home run back in the 4th inning, and then the Royals just scored 2 against Gavin Floyd and Matt Thornton in the 6th. So 7-6 to the 7th. And Ron Mayhay is on to face the lower third of the White Sox batting order. It's going to get a couple of left-hand batters at least, with Pierzynski and Podsednik coming up. Alexi Ramirez in between. 2 hits, a run scored for A.J. Pierzynski tonight. A little bit low.
I don't think an inning gets any more dramatic than what we just saw in the bottom of the 6th inning right there. I mean, it was exciting.
Squibbed out in front of the plate, but too much spin, and it's 1-1. Now, I know Coco's been around for a long time, so that situation isn't new to him, but walking with the bases loaded to make it a 1-run game after falling behind 1 ball, 2 strikes. I mean, that's That's a kind of at-bat you want to record and play back for every young hitter, not only with the Royals, but throughout the whole minor league system.
Well, I definitely agree. He's taken some big walks in some crucial situations. They got the Royals going in Minneapolis with a crucial walk.
DeJesus sprinting back to the warning track. Can't make the play on Pierzynski. He was there, but he never looked like he had his feet under control.
Well, the hardest thing to do is you're running back and the ball's directly over your head, and then when he finally makes a turn, the ball is not where you thought it was. It looks like he's got his eye on it, but his body was telling you something totally different than what his eyes were telling you. It looks like he's got it lined up, and all of a sudden he has to do like a change of direction with his feet, and that might be enough to, lefty's ball is going to go back to the line, and he just didn't make that adjustment fast enough with his feet.
So 3-hit game for Pierzynski and a runner at second with nobody out. Alexi Ramirez steps in, 1 out of 3. Single Jermaine Dye to the plate in the 5th inning. Trying to at least get a ground ball to the right side or bunt.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. He didn't bunt last time, but maybe this is a good opportunity for him to try to drag a ball to third base.
One ball, 1 strike. It's only been a light miss now for an inning or so. It had up to maybe a drizzle, but hasn't been really a factor. But all along, that infield grass is getting wet if you lay down a bunt. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, not only the grass being wet for the ball itself, but a lot of times for the fielder, especially when the pitcher comes off the mound and try to plant, sometimes there's a footing issue also.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Kyle Davies, 4 innings, gave up 6 of the runs. Robinson Tejeda, 2 innings, gave up 1 run, and now Mayhay in a well-rested bullpen. Coming in tonight, the Royals bullpen had only thrown 69 innings, second fewest in the American League. Off the end of the bat, look at that break. Mayhay crashing into Ramirez to tag him out, and then checking to make sure Ramirez is all right. Didn't mean to do that, but rather than field and flip it, just go to the runner himself.
Well, Ronnie's such a great athlete, and he gets off the mound pretty good. But I think his focus was not only just on tagging him, but he wanted to pick up third base too.
Actually, Mayhay took a shot to the side of the head. And now the home plate umpire, Jerry Crawford, just went running off the field after that play. So we hope he's all right. And while Royals attend to him, we'll tell you that you can come out to Kauffman Stadium on Saturday, May the 16th during the Orioles series sponsored by Sprint. 20,000 fans will receive a replica of new Kauffman Stadium thanks to Fox Sports Kansas City. The stadium is part of a 4-piece collectible set that will also include 3 Royals Hall of Fame statues. That's Saturday, May the 16th.
Okay.
I think Jerry Crawford may have maybe gotten something in his eye or maybe lost a contact lens. Well, glad to see he's all right. I mean, you don't often see a home plate umpire sprint into one of the dugouts.
Especially when he can't see.
You know, having been around as long as Jerry Crawford is, and some of the oldest umpire jokes have to do with them either being able to see or not being able to see. Maybe he was smart enough to know that if it had anything to do with his eyes, he was going to do it somewhere where the fans couldn't see it.
And he still got caught.
That's a big league play by a veteran umpire.
He came back smiling, so.
So runner at third with one out. And Podsednik to face Mayhay. The Royals have Tien all the way in at third. Everyone else about halfway in, hoping for a ground ball and a play at the plate. Pierzynski not fast. The runner at third.
This is also a great situation for Ozzie with Podsednik at the plate. Maybe a squeeze play that might be on the table some point in this at bat.
Jeff Cox, who is a former Royals Academy graduate, former manager in the Royals farm system, former Royals third base coach, going through the signs. Podsednik off of Mayhay's glove. Pierzynski holds. Podsednik safe, but the runner doesn't score. So you take the bad with the good on that play.
Well, this is a great play by Pierzynski. Great job of base running right there, because he knows he probably would have been out if he'd have left, and if he goes right away and Ron Mayhay catches the ball, he's out. So just an outstanding job. But on the positive side for the White Sox, they had a fast runner at the plate.
And now Chris Getz, 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for 7 in the series. He has walked and scored a run. He has only faced Ron Mayhay once. The Royals have battled back all night, but every time the Royals have scored, the White Sox have come right back to score, and the Royals would like to stop that trend here in the 7th.
Well, if Ozzie goes with the squeeze with Getz, it's got to be a good bunt, because Ron really gets off the mound, and with Pierzynski's speed, they may have a shot.
No balls, 2 strikes. If they try the squeeze now, it wouldn't be the first time in history to do it with 2 strikes, but it becomes a lot more unlikely. Just barely got a piece. White Sox had an early 4-0 lead. Royals got a run in the 3rd. White Sox a run in the 4th to make it 5-1. Royals with 3 on a home run from Mike Jacobs in the 4th. White Sox got 2 in the 5th to make it 7-4. Royals 2 in the 6th to make it 7-6. Struck him out. So 1st and 3rd, 2 down, and Josh Fields to the plate.
Well, Ronnie does a great job right here throwing that slider. He did a great job with it in Minnesota, and he's throwing a great job with it tonight. Gets it down to the outer half of the plate, and gets just really, that's one of those things where your body only goes so far, and then you try to reach with the rest of it, and it was just unhittable pitch.
So Mayhay and Fields. Fields hitting a solo home run in the 3rd against Davies, his 2nd of the year. Pierzynski at 3rd, Podsednik at 1st. Mayhay and Fields have matched up only once before tonight, and Mayhay walked him. Nice stop by Buck, 1-0. Fields has had a big problem this year with strikeouts, and he has 2 tonight. That's 30 strikeouts already this year. And a fly ball, shallow right. Guillen is there. First and third, 1 out, and the White Sox fail to score. So Mayhay gets the job done. Stretch time at Kauffman Stadium in a 1-run game. "19 wins for Toronto. The Rays are starting to heat up. Evan Longoria has 34 RBIs already. Texas over Seattle. The Mariners are on their way to Kauffman Stadium. A night game tomorrow. Day game on Thursday. Tigers blowing out the Twins and beating up on Nick Blackburn. Red Sox beating the Yankees. And the Angels leading the Oakland A's. Mark Teahen to the opposite field against Matt Thornton. Tying runner on in the 7th inning. Teahen is 2 for 4. So Thornton staying in there to face the left-hand hitting Teahen. And now it's going to be former Royal Octavio Dotel to face Jose Guillen. Seventh inning as we show you tonight's Firestone in-game box score. And a rundown of the Royals at the plate tonight. A run in the third inning on a Cayaspo home run. 3-run home run in the fourth from Mike Jacobs. And 2 more in the sixth. Cayaspo driving in a second run. And then Coco Crisp with a bases loaded walk. Right-hander Octavio Dotel into the game with Guillen and Butler coming up. Dotel with the Royals in 2007 until the trading deadline, when the Royals dealt him to the Atlanta Braves to pick up Kyle Davies, who started tonight for the Royals. He has not allowed an earned run yet in his first 10 games. 11 strikeouts in 8 1/3 innings.
Octavio's with the Royals. He was mostly power, fastball 90, up to 90, 95 miles per hour. But he's also turned into more of a pitcher now, throwing more change-ups and off-speed pitch.
Productive night for Guillen. Single, a walk, 2 runs scored. Couple of hits and 6 strikeouts against Dotel. He's going to sit down on the back of the mound and play with the dirt. That's a major leaguer saying, I don't care how this looks, I'm just going to make sure my spikes are right. A little bit high, 2-0.
I say it's better to sit down and be safe than to raise your leg and fall over.
Well, both of these guys are from the Dominican Republic, so we can say 2 for 10. But who knows how many times they've hooked up in winter ball, spring training. And a 4-pitch walk, putting runners at first and second with nobody out. That's 5 walks tonight for Ozzie Guillen's pitchers, and the White Sox just continue to invite the Royals back into the game, and the Royals are accepting the invitation.
Well, Ozzie is not a happy camper right now. I mean, this game is just boiled down to really command, walks, and giving the Royals opportunity to get back in the game. So now the Royals have to capitalize.
Butler trying to go to the opposite field. So Tien on base with a single at second base, Guillen at first. Billy 1 for 3, an infield single and a run scored last inning. One and one. Octavio Dotel really didn't pan out for the Braves in that trade from the Royals to Atlanta, going at the trading deadline. But 10 days later, he was on the disabled list with a right shoulder problem. They were hoping he could help the Braves get into the playoffs. They did not advance. It's 2-1 on Billy. But that seems like the toughest pitch for a right-hand batter. Kind of drops down with that hard slider.
Well, just got to get enough of the plate to make the hitter want to chase. Those balls are off the plate right away, and they're balls right away. That's one of those pitches you want to keep down. You throw it to the middle and let it run away and make it enticing to the hitter.
Oh, that stayed up. And Billy couldn't resist. And now Pierzynski and Dotel want to make sure they're on the same page with this 2-2 pitch.
Well, the last pitch to Billy, that fastball up and in, that was a real good pitch. That's that zone for a right-handed hitter where the ball looks really big and it looks like it's hittable, but you just can't get to it. So it's hard to repeat that pitch. You just can't make a mistake out over the plate right now. That's that deceiving the runner play we were talking about, where I feel like if you're going to be able to use that play, that inside move, then I think you should be made to throw the ball to the base. I don't think you should be able to just arbitrarily make that move and just stand there and watch and see what happens.
Nobody's covering. There's no play. How can you say that that's a pickoff play when there's nobody there to receive a throw? I mean, you can't do that to first base. You can't turn and fake a throw towards first. And that's with the first baseman standing there. So I agree with you. Butler into the left field corner. Fair ball. The game is tied. Guillen on his way to third. 7-7 in the seventh.
Octavio Dotel tried to go back to the well right there, and Billy was waiting on him, and he missed that pitch a little up in the zone earlier, but that was down a little lower, and Billy was able to turn on it and hit it in the corner for an RBI.
Mitch Meyer's going to run for Jose Guillen, who I don't think wants to come out of the game. White Sox are going to bring the infield in. Trey Hillman thinking that Jacobs, who hits the ball in the air about as much as anyone in the league, good chance for a sac fly here. Ball one low. So if he's going to hit one in the air and there's a chance for a sac fly to take the lead, you want to make sure you have some good legs at third base.
Well, this is a big run at third, so Mitch can score on a questionable fly ball also.
One ball, one strike. Jacobs 0 for 1 against Octavio Dotel with a strikeout. Tien singled, Guillen a 4-pitch walk. Butler with a double to tie the game. Twice the Royals have been down by 4, and once they've been down by 3. Out of play. Jacobs with the longest home run hit by the Royals this year, 440 feet to center field off of Floyd in the 4th inning, and that's the biggest hit for the Royals tonight. If the Royals go on and win this game, even though Jacobs hit, still had the Royals down by 1, that got the Royals back in the game. That added some life after the Royals were not having much success in the first 3 innings against Gavin Floyd.
It also got the fans back in the game. They were kind of figuring out what was going to happen because it seemed like the White Sox were slowly getting away from the Royals, and that big home run right there brought everybody back, and the Raws haven't let up since.
Just got a piece. White Sox pitchers have struck out 5 in 6+ innings. With some strikeout pitchers out there, could have been much higher, but the Royals have fouled off who knows how many pitches with 2 strikes in the count. Three balls, 2 strikes.
I believe Octavio Dotel is still remembering that home run that Jacobs hit early in the game, and he's not going to give in to him with a base open.
Walked in. Frank, I think this is the best night the Royals have had so far this season, hitting with 2 strikes.
I agree with that. They've shown a ton of patience, and you know that ball, Jacob could have easily swung at that pitch, but he knows too with first base open, and after a home run he hit early in the game, Octavio Dotel wasn't going to give him a ball right down the middle of the plate to swing at.
And not necessarily getting hits with 2 strikes, but just hanging in there with 2 strikes. There has not been, at least in the last 4 innings, one single easy out. Billy Bloomquist is going to run for Billy Butler.
Yeah, they've made the pitchers work, and I think that's what Kevin Seitzer was looking for, and they just have to keep building on what they're doing.
So Trey Hillman is just going for it here in the 7th inning. He's taken out Guillen and Butler, and that's his 4 and 5 hitters in the 7th inning. So he's gambling here to put the Royals in front and let the back end of the bullpen take over. Iaspo swings at a pitch that was up. It's 0-1. Two more hits for Iaspo, his 2nd Major League home run and his American League leading 13th double. Jarzynski blocks it. 7-game hitting streak for Iaspo.
Well, here he is with a big home run early in the game. And he gets that high fastball up. He really does a great job with it. And here he takes a fastball down and in right there off the left field wall.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Shallow left field. Meyer's going to tag and challenge Quinton. Here's the throw. He is out at the plate. Now, it took a great throw, and that's exactly what Carlos Quinton delivered.
Well, Quinton does a great job. His medium fly ball to left field, so you got to be sure you can make that with no out. So that's the gamble that Dave Owen decided to take right there, and the Royals came up short.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Pretty close. A lot closer than it looked at regular speed. And now 2nd and 3rd, John Buck against Octavio Dotel. Well, Trey Hillman put Mitch Meyer in the game for that play.
Well, he did, and like I say, you just got to be sure that that you can get there. That's the only thing there.
There was nobody out. So if Meyer, Buck went around, 1 ball, 1 strike. If Meyer doesn't tag on that play, you can still have another shot at a fly ball and a sacrifice fly.
And with 1 out, you really have to gamble with his speed, and everything has to go right at the plate. Great throw and everything else, so it was perfect on the White Sox part, and the Royals came up short on that particular play.
Ooh, Buck had a good swing. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out his last time, and that was with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. But the Royals picked him up as Aviles walked to load the bases, and then Crisp walked to get Butler in from third base. They want an appeal, and nothing from first base umpire Phil Cuzzy, which I guess means he didn't go around. Three and 2, and once again, Royals making it interesting after a hitter is down in the count.
Well, the Royals came up with some big 2-out base hits in Minnesota over the weekend, so hopefully John can continue that stretch here.
Got him looking. So the Royals get 1 to tie the game, but they had the bases loaded, nobody out, and couldn't add a run against Dotel. Avery breakfast items. Panera Bread, where every detail matters. Tied at 7, Mitch Meyer, who ran for Jose Guillen, stays in right field, and Willie Bloomquist, who ran for Billy Butler, moves to first base, and Jamie Wright takes over in the 8th inning. Ron Mayhay gave up 2 hits in the 7th inning, and the White Sox had runners at first and third and 1 out, but Mayhay striking out Chris Getz and then getting Josh Fields on a fly out to right. Well, the slugger riding a shark with the White Sox batting helmet in the Shark's mouth has been passed on. Carlos Quinton comes up with his 3rd hit. That's the 2nd time he has broken his bat. The White Sox with Quinton at first, and now Thome coming up. Thome has walked 3 times and scored one of the 7 Chicago runs. Ball 1 inside. 3 infielders over on the right side. Mark Teahen playing like a shortstop. But the outfield plays Thome the other way. Coco Crisp over towards left center, and there is an acre in between Crisp and Mitch Meyer in right. Off of Wright's glove to the bag. Double play.
Well, Jimmy's in there with that good sinker, and I don't think Jim Thome could have hit the ball in any better spot. Jimmy may have even touched it a little bit with his glove going through there, but Mike was right on top of the bag, so that was perfect positioning for the Royals on that play.
It has scored a 1-6-3 double play. So Jermaine Dye bats with nobody on. 2 hits, 2 runs scored, 2 driven in for Jermaine tonight. Ball 1 way outside. The Royals have gotten Kyle Davies off the hook, tying the game in the 7th inning. Gave up 6 runs in 4 innings. Tejeda allowed a run in 2 innings, and then Mayhay a scoreless 7th. And now Jamie Wright pitching the 8th inning. It's 2-0 on Dye. Two and one. Jermaine's best year at the Royals was 2000. He was voted as a starter to the American League All-Star team. He won a Gold Glove. And he had one of the best months of April in baseball history. In fact, he became the only player in Major League history to have at least 10 home runs and 10 doubles before May the 1st. That was 9 years ago. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Casper gave him a run for the doubles thing, but he doesn't match him on the power side. But
Alberto's hit another double tonight. He has 13 to lead the American League. And he has his 2nd home run. Jammed him badly. And John Buck runs out because you never let a pitcher catch a pop-up. Ever.
unless you're Zach.
Your own Royals memories at the photo store on Royals.com. It takes just 3 easy steps to make prints, mugs, magnets, and more. It's collectibles at your fingertips at the Royals.com photo store. Royals have Aviles, Crisp, and DeJesus here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and right-hander Scott Linebrink is the 4th White Sox pitcher tonight, replacing Octavio Dotel, who gave up Billy Butler's game-tying double, but the run was charged to Matt Thornton. So Dotel a scoreless inning. Thornton allowed a run in 1 inning. Gavin Floyd gave up 6 in 5 innings. Avila shoots it foul. Mike walked, helping set up another run in the Royals' 2-run 6th inning. Walked with 2 outs against Thornton, and then Coco Crisp walked, which forced in a run, made it a 1-run game, and then the Royals tied it in the 7th. Mike has also grounded out twice to the left side, once to third, once to short. To Getz on 1 hop. 1 away, and now Coco.
Flashback to Chicago, Game 3 against Bobby Jenks. Coco was cheating on a fastball, got a fastball up out over the plate, drove it into right field.
And that was a tie game late in the game. Coco trying to bunt his way on, fouled it away.
You know, you can really see the leadoff abilities coming out in Coco and his game knowledge of game situations. You know, Minneapolis, he coached a very important walk to get a rally going for the Royals, and he's got such a complete game, and it's almost like he didn't let it all out at one time, but you can slowly see that professionalism and from those big games in Boston coming out.
Again, showing bunt. 1 ball, 1 strike. And speaking of home runs, Coco has one against Scott Linebrink. 2 walks, a single, a stolen base, and an RBI tonight. Showing bunt, pulling the bat back, and taking a full swing and a miss.
You know, that's all designed to get the infielders moving, and hopefully he'll hit a ground ball in this situation and be able to take advantage of the infielders moving on the bunt, on the fake bunt.
Still 1-2. Now, if the Royals can get some base runners in this inning, they're going to have a different looking middle of the order. Trey Hillman gambling to take the lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. Pinch ran for both Jose Guillen and Billy Butler. So now Meyer is batting 4th and Bloomquist is batting 5th. And Guillen and Butler combined to get on base 5 times tonight, scoring 3 runs and driving in 1. 2-2 on Crisp. And the Royals had everything set up to tie the game with a sacrifice fly, or take the lead rather, with a sacrifice fly in the 7th inning, but the fly ball off the bat of Alberto Callaspo wasn't quite deep enough to left field. Another great at bat. How many times have we seen a hitter tonight go from 0-2 or 1-2 to 3-2.
That shows they're starting to see the ball, and they're starting to really get back to where they were in spring training, not being afraid to hit with 2 strikes on them.
We'll do it again. Still 3-2. Coco's single in the 3rd inning snapped an 0 for 10. He had grounded out in his first plate appearance. A good play at 3rd by Josh Fields, but singled in the 3rd, walked, stole a base in the 5th, and then walked with the bases loaded in the 6th. And battling line brink in the 8th. $13,419 here tonight. The crowd has thinned out in a long game, and some of the folks needing to put the kids to bed with school tomorrow, but many sticking around hoping to watch a Royals comeback victory. Walking again. That's 3 straight walks, the last 2 after falling behind in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he's starting to do more and more of that, and he's taking some tough pitches, and he's also fouling off some tough pitches.
So that's 20 walks this year for Coco, and brings up David DeJesus, who had hit in 5 straight coming in tonight, but so far he is 0 for 4.
Now, this is a situation, Ryan, where you'd like to have Coco steal a base. I mean, that's what your leadoff guy should be able to do. Your speed guy, steal those tough bases when they really mean something.
And Linebrink can be a high leg kick guy, so someone you can run on. Coco's stolen base in the 5th inning was taking 3rd. So he is 3 out of 5 this year. DeJesus has flied out, grounded out twice, and struck out. Coco's running. DeJesus showing bunt, stolen base. With a go-ahead run at second base with 1 out.
Well, this is what you want. This is what you want your leadoff guy and your speed guy to be able to do, is steal that tough base that when they know you're going late in the game, but you have to go and you got to have that base. And Coco gets a great jump, and he was all focused to the bag. He didn't look in at all.
That's a very unselfish take by David DeJesus. The pitch was called a ball, but it was close enough. But David all the way knowing the situation and trying to distract Pierzynski.
Right, what you want to try to do is square around in that situation and let your bat cover the whole plate out front, and then you want to bring the bat back, and that holds the catcher back and gives the base runner a better opportunity to steal a base.
DeJesus has only faced Linebrink once before tonight, 0 for 1. A 1-1 pitch. Like to have that again.
I think so. You know, a lot of times, Ryan, when you got a speed guy leading off and you got the same guy hitting second every day, then they can really get a feel for each other, and he'll get a better idea when he may go and when he may not go, and he'll know when to do that. So it's not all guesswork when he's on first base, but you know in that situation he's got to run, and your responsibility is to give him a chance to run.
Linebrink with a fastball at 95 coming right at David. Well, most lineups there isn't a whole lot of change 1 through 4. Right. Or sometimes 1 through 5. or sometimes 1 through 9. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kevin Seitzer saying in spring training that no matter what the result is, if a hitter sees at least 8 pitches, it's a quality at bat. And the Royals have just been wearing down the White Sox pitchers tonight. Long at bat after long at bat, it's still 2-2 on DeJesus.
Well, I agree with him on that because in the long run, it's going to pay off. It's going to get that starter out of the game and get you into the bullpen. And you get a lot of bullpen guys who are one-inning guys, so their pitch count mounts pretty quick, and you really hurt the bullpen on that side. Now, Coco can steal third, and they say stealing third is a lot easier than stealing second. So with the left-handed hitter, he might not be inclined to do it.
Frank, here we go again. From 1-2 to 3-2. I mean, that has happened all night.
I think that's what good teams do, Ryan.
Foul off the right field side.
Well, when pitchers start to nibble and they try to get you to chase bad pitches, that's when they are successful. And the Royals tonight aren't chasing those borderline pitches. They're fouling them off and hoping the pitcher comes back and make a mistake on the next pitch. I guess if we was fishing, I'd say the fish ain't biting.
Right to Ramirez. 2 down. Coco moves up to third base. And that brings up Mark Tien, who has 2 hits tonight. He's also lined out to deep center. 2 for 4, 2 runs scored. And the White Sox aren't going to mess with Tien. Instead, they're going to go after Mitch Meyer, who bats in Jose Guillen's spot. So a situation coming up here where Mitch Meyer could make his manager look like a genius if he comes up with the game-winning RBI. Meyer, a pinch runner for Jose Guillen in the 7th inning, trying to set up a potential sac fly and getting the go-ahead run to the plate. Or it could be a situation after the game where the manager has to explain why his number 4 and number 5 hitters came out in the 7th inning.
Well, I think you said it right in the 7th inning. He sort of went for broke right there. He wanted to try to win the game right there. That's the reason he took him out. But you really have to be pretty sure that they're not going to come back up in a crucial situation. And I think manager Trey Hillman is finding himself in that spot right now.
That's 8 walks tonight, given up by White Sox pitchers. Don Cooper going out there, maybe going over the scouting report on Mitch Meyer, who has never faced Scott Linebrink. There's the go-ahead run at third base, and Coco Crisp. Possible insurance over at first, and Mark Tien.
Well, if Mitch can make Linebrink get the ball down, that's where his strength is, and he can center the ball. He's got good power in the right center field and down the line. He hasn't shown a lot of power the opposite field yet, because those balls have been up, and he's more or less fouled those balls off.
That pitch was up. 1 ball, no strikes. Coco, after Linebrink came set, took about 2 or 3 steps down the line, trying to create a balk.
Yeah, he's got to be ready to be able to score on anything that gets away from the catcher, Krasinski, also.
right field for Jermaine Dye. And we head to the 9th inning in a 7-7 tie. And former Royal Jamie Quirk. Highlights from Game 2 here with the White Sox. Royals going for a season-high 4-game winning streak, and Alberto Callaspo, a couple of extra base hits, including his league-leading 13th double tonight. How about all those walks? Royals have reached 8 times tonight with walks. Paul Konerko leads off the 9th inning. 2 hits, a run scored. So Jamie Wright stays in there for the 9th. Jamie gave up a single, but then got a ground ball double play and a pop-up to get out of the 8th. Mike Aviles handles a 2-hopper, and over to Bloomquist, 1 away. Now we noticed, Frank, that as the Royals were coming close to possibly taking the lead in the bottom of the 8th inning, that Joakim Soria was never warming up. And some managers in a situation like this, when you have a tie game going into the top of the 9th, it's not a hard and fast rule that you bring in your closer in the 9th, but some will. But if Coco Crisp had scored on a base hit for Mitch Meyer, Soria wasn't even loosening up.
Well, unless Trey Hillman really feels like he likes the way Jamie Wright's throwing, we've heard him say before that he's going to go with the hot hand, and if he's throwing strikes and producing outs, he'll stay that way. But typically, your closer is in the game in this situation.
Well, hopefully that doesn't mean that something's up again with Soria's shoulder.
Yeah, we can only hope he's fine. That's for sure.
Deep into the left field corner. DeJesus is back. Can't make the play, and then slams hard into the wall. Pierzynski on his way to third base. And the throw going over the cutoff man, Mike Aviles. And that's the second time tonight that A.J. Pierzynski has doubled into the corner, and DeJesus unable to run it down.
Yeah, David's really had a hard time tracking that ball that's right over his head, and he's trying to see where the wall is, but this time the ball goes back to his right, and he just kind of face plants right into the wall. Luckily, there's padding on that wall. The last ball sort of sliced to the line, and this one went back to his right, and making that adjustment wasn't easy for him on that play right there.
So a runner at third base with one out for Alexi Ramirez. Almost takes one off the kneecap.
Well, A.J. Brzezinski's shown that he can drive the ball to left field, and he's taken that fastball out over the plate twice and driven it over David's head in left field.
Infield in halfway for Ramirez. Curveball hits the outside corner, 1-1. Ron Mayhay pitched his way out of a first and third and one out in the 7th inning. And now Wright trying to pitch around runner at third, one out in the 9th. 2 balls, 1 strike. It has been a game of some big hits, big extra base hits, but it has not, for both sides, been a very good game as far as getting that runner home from third with less than 2 outs. Two and two. Hard sinker in on the hands.
Well, Jamie's done a great job driving it in there, and Ramirez really likes the ball inside, but this one here just really eats him up. And that's the one that say if you start at the middle of the plate and it goes down and in, it's kind of hard for the right-handed hitter to lay off that pitch.
Got him. Jamie Wright strikes out Ramirez, and now 2 down.
He came back with a hard slider, and it sort of backed up a little bit and stayed inside, and that's a tough pitch to hit for a right-hander right there.
Yeah, what was that thing?
Well, it looked like a hard slider that backed up. Ramirez expected the ball to go out over the plate, and it just backed up down and inside to him.
So Pierzynski chewing on his mouthpiece, standing at third with 2 outs, and you have to be alive for a bunt here from Scott Podsednik, who takes ball 1 outside. So the corners stay in. Tien on the grass at third, and Bloomquist is even with the bag at first. Two runs driven in from Podsednik tonight. 2-0.
Well, this is a situation where all the infielders respect his speed, and Jamie Wright being a sinker baller, the chances of an infield hit kind of looms large right here. So Mike Aviles is shortening up, Caspo's shortening up, so they want to make sure they can really keep that infield hit out of there.
At the knees, 2-1. The Royals in the bottom of the 9th will have Willie Bloomquist, Mike Jacobs, and Alberto Callaspo. Hoping to get to that bottom of the 9th in a tie game. Three balls, 1 strike. And in the bottom of the 9th inning, it appears the Royals will not see Scott Linebrink. If it's a tie game, on the near side, it'll be DJ Carrasco. If the White Sox score here on the far side, it'll be closer Bobby Jenks. Wright can't get it. Tough play. Callaspo out at first base. Jamie Wright comes through. And now in the bottom of the 9th inning, Willie Bloomquist, who homered in the Minnesota series. Mike Jacobs, who has a 3-run bomb tonight, and Alberto Callaspo, who has his 13th double tonight. Tie game to the bottom of the 9th. former Royal DJ Carrasco. He'll face Bloomquist, Jacobs, and Cayaspo. Well, here's where the move by Trey Hillman might pay off, because Willie Bloomquist is leading off the 9th inning. And that's the kind of guy you'd like to start off the inning with some speed. Could stretch a single into a double. Could give Trey Hillman a stolen base. And that gives him some good wheels if Willie gets on representing the winning run.
Right, if he gets on first, so like you say, he can score from first on a double by Jacobs if he gets that. And he broke up the no-hitter, Baker's no-hitter the other day, and got things going for the Royals. Stole the big base to get things going, and he's the ideal guy who's going to make Carrasco pitch, going to make him throw strikes and take him as deep in the count as he can.
Good play by Carrasco. Willie had been 3 out of 5 against DJ Carrasco. So 1 down, and now Mike Jacobs. Jacobs 1 for 3, but that one hit was huge. Back in the 4th inning with the Royals down 5-1, looked like it was going to be a long night. Jacobs getting the Royals back in the game with a long 3-run home run to center field. And all night the White Sox trying to pull away from the Royals, but the Royals wouldn't let him do it. This will be the first time that Carrasco has faced Mike Jacobs.
Here's Jacobs in the 4th inning. I don't think we could ever get tired of looking at this home run. I mean, that's got to be one of the longest home runs ever hit here in Kauffman Stadium.
Right down the center of the fairway.
Yeah, DJ's mainly sinker slider, and occasionally with 2 strikes he'll go all the way down and try to create a little more sink in a strikeout situation.
Had a good swing, 1 ball, 2 strikes, but 1 ball, 2 strikes tonight hasn't meant a whole lot. Royals have battled back from 1 and 2 all night. White Sox have walked 8 Royals, and several coming with the Royal hitter beginning down in the count. Those kids are going to fall asleep at school at some point tomorrow. Strike 3 called, and Jacobs is out number 2. Now Alberto Cayaspo, 2 hits, including his 2nd home run and his league-leading 13th double he's driven into. Now batting at .384. Two and 0. If the Royals could have an inning back, well, late strike called by Jerry Crawford, so it's 2-1. If the Royals could have an inning back, tied the game in the 7th, but then had the bases loaded, nobody out. Cayaspo and Canerco playing him perfectly on the line behind the bag. So we will play extra innings. Looks like Jamie Wright's going to go back out for a 3rd inning. Scoreless 8th inning, getting around a leadoff single, then getting a double play, but coming up really big in the 9th with 1 out. A.J. Pierzynski tripled, so the go-ahead run was at third base with 1 out, but Jamie bounced back to strike out Alexi Ramirez and got Scott Podsednik to ground out to second base. It'll be the top of the order. Chris Getz, Josh Fields, and Carlos Quentin. Getz is 0 for 4 tonight and 0 for 8 in the series. Getz has been playing the last couple of weeks with a broken tip of his right middle finger. Receiving a throw, the ball glancing off of his glove and breaking the tip of the middle finger, which he can still play with. But it's pretty hard to feel completely comfortable at the plate when your hands aren't 100%.
Right, and you're right, Ryan. It's amazing that he's able to do that, but that's one of the things that Isaac again loves about this kid is that he could. I can't give you a whole lot of glowing statistics about how fast he runs, how much range he has. All I can tell you, he's a ball player.
Which has become the new compliment for a guy who knows how to play the game. They just simply say he's a ball player. He's a baseball player, and that says a lot.
It does say a lot. Getting back to the Royals defense, Konerko on Caspo's ground ball was straddling the line just about, but the Royals pretty much are giving the line away.
Another strikeout for Jamie Wright, and Getz is 0 for 5. And now Josh Fields, who is 1 for 5, hit his second home run of the season back in the 3rd inning.
Well, Fields will occasionally surprise you with a bunt, you know. You just so you got to kind of be aware of that. And then with his bat speed, he bring a third baseman in. It gives him a better chance to get a base hit by the third baseman.
A couple of Oklahomans hooking up here. Jamie Wright from Oklahoma City. And Josh Fields is from Ada, Oklahoma, and went to Oklahoma State, where he played football and baseball. Through the right side, and the White Sox have a runner with 1 out in the 10th inning.
Well, you really can't say a lot about this pitch. It was a good pitch. Fields just did a good job. There's a two-seamer running in on him. He just did a good job getting inside the ball and hitting it to right field. What Jamie would prefer you do on that ball is try to pull it and roll over on it and hit a ground ball to the third baseman or the shortstop. So he did a super job getting inside of it.
And that gets us to Carlos Quentin, who's been on base 4 times, 3 singles. Twice he broke his bat. He has driven in one of the 7 runs tonight for Chicago. And Quentin represents the 2nd time through the order against Jamie Wright. His 3rd hit of the game was in the 8th. That was leading off against Wright. Juan Cruz throwing in the bullpen. Gets away from John Buck. So Fields down to second base. And the White Sox once again have a runner in scoring position, as they have had all night. They've already stranded 11 and several in scoring position. They have not scored a runner since the 5th. Carlos Quentin tonight has also been hit by a pitch. The 7th time he has been hit this year. Last year he tied a major league record by being hit by a pitch in 6 consecutive games.
Well, this is a ball really that's sinker that's going down. You got to go out and try to block it. It's kind of a tough pitch to backhand right there because it's going to hit and go up. So that's why you got to slide out there and try to kick it back to the infield.
Three balls, one strike with Thome on deck. An open base to work with, and Jim Thome is both a strikeout and a double play candidate. He's also a 3-run home run candidate. And Quinton didn't get anything to hit. It's 3-2.
It's very rare you pitch around a guy to get to Jim Thome. But again, Jamie's overthrowing that breaking ball, and it's not going out over the plate. It's actually backing up. It's like he's just trying to really snap it off, and it's backing up inside, and it just freezing the hitters.
And now they're going to talk over the 3-2 pitch. Well, Cruz continues to throw, and Jamie Wright working now in his 3rd inning. So if Thome comes up, could be a possible pitching change, and Cruz with his hard slider can be just as effective against lefties as he is the righties.
Well, that's true, and he keeps the ball down, which is really crucial against Jim Thome.
Royals were down in this game 4-0 and 5-1. Tied it in the bottom of the 7th. Shallow right field, and Quinton slamming his bat into the grass as Mitch Meyer makes the catch. And now 2 down as Trey Hillman starts walking over towards the steps in the Royals dugout. Has a chat with bench coach John Gibbons, who joined us in the 3rd inning. And this is where the manager, when he's thinking about making a move or putting a play on, will consult with the bench coach, and they have decided to leave Wright in there to face Thome. And now Trey apparently changed his mind, or he wants to say something to Jamie Wright, because now he pops out of the dugout.
Well, normally a manager won't run out to take you out. So usually when they run out there, they just got something on their mind they want to talk about, and how you're going to go about pitching to Thome. And I think he likes having Jamie Wright in the game right now because of the sinker, and he can keep the ball down.
And a lot of sinker ball pitchers, when they fatigue, they're actually getting more movement on that pitch.
Get a lot more movement. Really, the only pitch is really that's been a little bit of a mystery is that hard breaking ball that's really backing up to right-handers. But I doubt if he'll want to throw that one in this situation. He just wants to keep the ball down, and he can if you go to Jim Thome's back leg, you can get him to swing over some of those hard sliders.
Well, if Trey wasn't 100% sure whether he wanted to leave Wright in or take him out, maybe he goes out there and asks Jamie how he feels. Good pitch there, just missed inside. 3 walks for Thome tonight. He is 0 for 2. He has scored a run. 14th on the all-time home run list with 545. Thought that pitch was down. And you can read his lips as he respectfully suggests to crew chief Jerry Crawford, is that low? Of course, Jim Thome's a good low ball hitter.
Yes, he is, for sure.
Thome grounded into a double play against Jamie Wright in the 8th inning. definitely low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Thome now 1 for 6 in career meetings with Jamie Wright with 3 walks. At the corner, and the count is even at 2-2.
Well, this is that hard curveball. It just stays right there on the outside corner. That's one pitch that Thome's not going to swing at right now. Now with 2 strikes, he will chase that pitch.
Struck him out. 3 shutout innings for Jamie Wright out of the Royals bullpen. And for the 2nd straight inning, the White Sox leave a runner in scoring position. Strikes out Jim Thome with the go-ahead runner at second base. So 3 excellent innings from Jamie Wright. And now the Royals batting in the bottom of the 10th inning. John Buck, Mike Aviles, and Coco Crisp. Buck is 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Strike over the inside from DJ Carrasco. A 1-2-3 bottom of the 9th for Carrasco with a strikeout. Buck 0 for 1 with a walk against Carrasco. Into deep left field, but he was out in front. So no balls, 2 strikes. Sednick over into right center field. And Buck is the first out of the 10th inning. Well, no matter what happens tonight, Royals have worked hard to make this a game. Chicago had a 4-0 lead after getting a run in the 2nd inning and 3 in the 4th against Kyle Davies. Then they had a 5-1 lead. Mike Jacobs has the biggest hit tonight for the Royals, a 3-run home run off of Gavin Floyd in the 4th. That made it 5-4. And the White Sox pulled away again with a couple more runs to make it 7-4. But the Royals with 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th to tie it. They had a chance to put the game away in the bottom of the 7th inning. After Butler's double scored Tien to tie it, the Royals had the bases loaded, nobody out, but couldn't get another runner home. That'll land in the seats. Facing Octavio Dotel with pinch runner Mitch Meyer at third, pinch runner Willie Bloomquist at second, and Mike Jacobs at first. Alberto Callaspo hitting a fly ball to left field, medium deep, maybe on the shallow side of that, and Carlos Quinton throwing out Meyer at the plate, and that's the defensive play of the game so far. And then John Buck striking out. Royals had a chance in the 8th inning, runners at first and third and 2 down, but Scott Linebrink was able to retire Meyer on a fly ball to right. Aviles takes inside, and once again a Royals hitter down in the count has worked the count to 3 balls, 2 strikes.
That's the big positive tonight for the offense. I think that's the one reason they got back in the game, was they gave themselves an opportunity to get in the hitting counts.
Aviles pops it up into shallow right, but Chris Getz runs out and makes the play. And now Coco, who has reached in his last 4 plate appearances, a single in the 3rd, and then 3 consecutive walks, the last 2 coming after he was behind 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's a little bit low, ball 1. Coco has stolen 2 bases, giving him 4 on the year. Two and 0. Royals trying to sweep a 2-game series from the White Sox after taking 2 out of 3 from them in Chicago. It's 2-1. Tomorrow night it's the Royals and the Mariners at 7:10. That is also just a 2-game series. They'll conclude the series on Thursday afternoon at 1:10. 3 balls, 1 strike. David DeJesus would be next.
Yeah, Coco's really starting to see the ball well. He's had some good at bats, and right now he's taking DJ Carrasco as far as he can take him. I wouldn't be surprised if he even takes the next pitch, try to get on base.
Taking all the way.
That's professional. That's a professional hitter right there. He knows the situation. He knows he can get on base. He knows he can steal a base. So he's gonna make the pitcher work hard. He's not gonna make an out on a pitch that he doesn't have to make an out on.
And he walks again. That was a very close pitch. So 4 straight walks for Coco Crisp, and the winning runner is at first base with 2 outs. And 9 walks given up by the White Sox tonight. And now David DeJesus, who had a chance to put the Royals in front in the 8th inning with Crisp at second base and 1 away, grounded out to short. He is 0 for 5. David starting to warm up at the plate coming in tonight. He had hit in 5 straight games with 6 RBIs along the way. A fly out, 3 ground outs, and a strikeout for David so far. Coco's running. DeJesus pulls it into the Royals dugout. Last time David was up, Coco took off for second base, and David showing bunt, trying to distract A.J. Pierzynski, and that allowed Coco to beat the throw.
Yeah, David's got to give him at least one strike to try to steal right here. It's better off to hit with him on second base, even if it's with 2 strikes, than he's on first base. And if he doesn't make it, then at least he leads off the next inning, and you all the better for it. But he's got to give Coco every opportunity to get to second base and give him a chance to win this game.
Pierzynski talking things over with Carrasco that kind of looked like a pitch count, and it kind of didn't look like a pitch out. Just want to make sure he and Carrasco are on the same page. Coco could be running on this 2-1 pitch. Leaning that way. And DJ backs off the rubber.
Well, even though this is a running count, it's not unusual to see a manager put a pitch out right here. But like I say, David's just got to give him a chance to try to steal his base and try to hit with 2 strikes if you have to, but at least he'd be in scoring position. If he's thrown out, he gets the lead off the next inning.
The last walk-off home run the Royals have was off the bat of David DeJesus last July against Seattle when he hit a home run off of the Mariners' Brandon Morrow. Mariners will be here tomorrow night. They might be in Kansas City right now. Barely got back.
Everything is always for David is that middle end slot. That's his power slot right there when he pulls the ball to right field. No matter how hard you throw it, if you get it in that slot, he can get to it.
And then just got mugged by his teammates. Coco started, stopped, and David fouls it away.
I think Coco might have had that second pitch out in his mind and then he just didn't get that great jump, so he broke it down. So now David's to 2 strikes. He can't help him now, so Coco's on his own when he goes.
He's running, and DeJesus breaks his bat. A little bloop into shallow right field would have been plenty with Coco on the run, and Jermaine Dye playing so deep in right field, making sure that there's no extra base hit. A dunk up the right field line would win the game.
Well, it's nice having that speed at first base that can score on a double, and especially if he's running on the plate, it would make it a lot easier.
Other teams in the Central, Detroit beat Minnesota 9-0. Toronto beat Cleveland 10-6. Started and stopped, and now it's 3-2, and now he's running for sure. And this could be a better case scenario, Frank, because trying to steal a base, he has his head down. But now, taking off with a count 3-2, he can keep his eyes on DeJesus and not break stride.
That's true, and he's going on the pitch, and there's nothing to hold up for. And as soon as the ball is hit, he's probably going to continue. And anything questionable in this situation, he got a chance to score.
Gets at second base. And we will go to the 11th inning. Royals and White Sox are tied at 7. Metrodome. 10-7 in 11 innings. Juan Cruz will take over on the mound. Jamie Wright with 3 scoreless innings, 3 strikeouts. Ron Mayhay allowed 2 hits, no runs in his inning. Robinson Tejeda allowed a run, 3 hits in relief of Kyle Davies. So the Royals bullpen giving up just 1 run in 6 innings. Keeping the Royals in the game as Chicago scored 6 runs in 4 innings off of Kyle Davies. Good job by the bullpen. The offense fighting back, and we've been tied at 7 since the 7th. Cruz will face Jermaine Dye, Paul Konerko, and A.J. Pierzynski. Slider for strike 1. 2 hits for Jermaine, including a 2-run home run in the 3rd inning, his 7th of the year. He has scored 2 runs. It'll be Dye, Konerko, and Pierzynski. Two and one. I'm sure we're a ways away from it, but what was the longest game you ever played in?
Ooh. I'm not sure. 18 maybe?
You mean you would have played an 18-inning game and not remember it?
Played a long time. I've managed a 20-inning game in Wichita. That was my longest as a manager. I have to go to the book.
Let's go to the book. Still 2-2 on Dye. Page 297 in the Royals media guide. There was an 18-inning game in 72. Still 2-2 on Dye, so you weren't here yet for that. And that was the Royals and the Rangers. Royals lost that game. There was also an 18-inning game in 91. You weren't here for that one either. And that was also the Royals and the Rangers. I think that was that Brett Saberhagen Nolan Ryan game, was it not? Dye strikes out, and the Royals pitching staff has struck out 10 tonight. Royals coming in with the 3rd most strikeouts in the American League. Just had a shot of Denny Matthews. He's the only person in the ballpark tonight who saw those 2 18-inning games, but I recall hearing from Denny that the 1991 game against Texas was a big pitching matchup between Brett Saberhagen and Nolan Ryan. But those guys were long gone when that thing came to an end, as the Royals won that one 4-3 in 18 innings. But as I'm looking here on the list, Frank, I'm going to say the longest game you played in some 16-inning games. There was a 17-inning game in 69 and 70. Oh, let me correct myself. You played in a 17-inning game in May of 1986 against these White Sox, and the Royals won 2-1.
Success.
Deep center field, crisp at the track. Not enough for Konerko. Konerko did that not quite as deep, but a couple of times last night against Zach Greinke, lining to crisp in center field.
Well, Koga's got a lot of room to roam here, and he catches this ball relatively easy. But the outfielders are playing a little deeper. They don't want to give up the double either in this situation. You know, Ryan, when you're playing every day and you get past 9 innings, that's 1 inning too long. So when you get to 15 or 16, who knows how the game's going to end? You just want it to end.
Well, most extra inning games end in the 10th. And then once you get past the 10th, who knows how long you're going to go. I think that intensity just starts to fade after the 10th inning. You know, let's win it in extra innings. Everyone's fired up for the 10th, and then after that, guys start to wear down, at least the ones, like you said, that have played every day and have been in the game since the first pitch.
Yeah, you do wear down. You just hope somebody gets an extra base hit, and you can bunt them over to third, and somebody get a sac fly and get you off the field. But no, a lot of times it balls down to somebody hitting a home run.
The White Sox have to get on a plane tonight and head home to play the Tigers. Tigers have already beaten Minnesota, so they had a short flight to Chicago. They're probably all tucked into their beds. The White Sox will be getting in late. The Royals will stay home and begin a series with the Mariners tomorrow. 2-2 on Pierzynski.
There's an outside chance they're probably watching this game.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Well, the Mariners played Texas today at 1:40. That was Pacific time. And a walk to Pierzynski. And now Lexi Ramirez 1 for 5 with an RBI. So without having the box score in front of me, let's see, the Mariners, let's say they played about a 3-hour game. So started at 1:40. They were done at 4:40. Usually it's about an hour until the bus leaves. So that's 5:40. It's a short drive to the airport. So let's say they're in the air, at 6:40. 3.5 hour flight would be 10:10 plus you lose 2 hours. So 12:10. So it could be maybe on their approach at KCI. Ramirez frustrated by the length of this game and his missed opportunities. Tried to give the White Sox a 2-run lead with that big swing.
Well, he's got a long swing, and with Cruz throwing the ball the way he's throwing it, that long swing, he's got to shorten it up if you want to do anything here.
In the bottom of the 11th, Tien, Meyer, and Bloomquist. Cruz wasn't happy about that, but Jerry Crawford was waving his arms, calling timeout. Frank, your thoughts?
Rally time. WWF.
Well, we've seen the rally cap and now the rally wrestling mask. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. This game tonight is very similar to the one on Saturday night. It was a 7-7 tie. Royals playing catch up all night with Minnesota, going back and forth. Struck him out. Alexi Ramirez strikes out for the second time. Cruz pitches a scoreless 11th. or 5 total pitchers. The White Sox will turn to their 6th pitcher, including starter Gavin Floyd. Lance Broadway will pitch to Mark Tien, Mitch Meyer, and Willie Bloomquist. Lance Broadway got his first major league win against the Royals back in 2007. First round pick of the Sox in 2005 out of TCU. No, I said TCU, not UT. There's some rally caps to go along with the rally sombreros on Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo is over in 28 minutes. Then it's 6 de Mayo. Ball 1 inside to Mark Tien. 2 singles, a walk, 2 runs scored. One ball, 1 strike.
When you get in games like these, Ryan, as a hitter, you got to really try to focus in on your strengths and try to get the pitcher to throw to your strengths. The first 2 strikes, you can generate some bat speed and try to hit an extra base hit.
Good change up there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The White Sox bullpen has turned in 5 innings, giving up 1 run on only 3 hits. And Tien chasing a terrible pitch in the dirt. And Broadway gets the first out of the 11th inning. And now Mitch Meyer. Meyer in there as a pinch runner for Jose Guillen in the 7th inning. Thrown out at the plate on a double play, a fly ball to left. Meyer trying to tag and score the go-ahead run, but Carlos Quinton throwing him out. And then Meyer flied out to right field in the 8th inning. 2 balls and no strikes.
Broadway's throwing a lot of off-speed, change-ups, got curveball, just trying to keep the hitters off balance, trying to keep them out front.
3 balls, no strikes. White Sox have already walked 9. Now they've walked 10.
I have to say, Ozzy's not a very happy camper right now. I tell you, watch his pitchers. Command has always been one of the things he's talked about with his pitchers, and when they get in trouble, it's because of the walks. And they've had this game in his mind early, had not been for the walks.
Both teams have had their frustrations, but if the Royals end up losing this game, I think you can look at more positives than negatives in how the game started with the Royals down by so many runs. If the White Sox lose this game, it's the other way around.
Right.
That's going to be a much tougher pill to swallow.
Well, they got a nice combination with Meyer and Bloomquist right here. Meyer does have the ability to steal second base, but with Bloomquist at the plate, you still got that possibility of a hit and run, and that really gives Trey Hillman 2 options right here.
One ball, 1 strike. Willie ran for Billy Butler back in the 7th inning after Butler doubled to tie the game at 7, and then Willie grounded out to DJ Carrasco in the 9th. 7-game hitting streak for Bloomquist coming in tonight. He is facing Lance Broadway for the first time. Meyer's lead has his body leaning towards second base.
Well, that's what Rusty Kuntz teaches right there. You got your weight on your front foot so you can go forward and and you're already on your front foot. Now you can push back to the bag at the same time.
And that's got to make a pitcher uneasy when he's looking over his shoulder and he sees the guy.
Well, he seems leaning, but at the same time, your front foot is open, and also your hips are open. So if you square it up, a lot of base runners can't start low and stay low. They have to cross over. When they cross over, they come up, which slows them down. So they open you up and put you in that posture there.
He's running, and Bloomquist grounds it through the right side. Mitchell go first to third, and the winning run is just 90 feet away. Willie Bloomquist does it again. He's hit in 8 straight games.
Well, we can't tell you if this is a hit and run or not, but he gave every indication that it was by the way he attacked those pitches on the inner half, and he really got inside and hit the ball through the hole to right field.
The Royals come through here in the 11th inning. There won't be any questions about putting Meyer and Bloomquist in there because Meyer gets on base, and Bloomquist, who handles the bat so well, sets everything up for Mike Jacobs winning it. And Ozzie Guillen has been frozen with that look on his face for the last 5 innings.
Yeah, I don't see Lance Broadway challenging Mike Jacobs with fastballs here. May throw the change up, try to slow some down, try to get him out front and hit the ball on the ground.
Infield and outfield are in. It's 0-1 on Jacobs. He has never faced Lance Broadway. Tonight, 1 for 4 with that big 3-run home run back in the 4th inning, which turned a 5-1 Chicago lead into a 5-4 game and gave the Royals and the crowd some life. Now he can win it.
That's an interesting situation for Trey Hillman right here. With 1 out, you go on the contact play, and the only ball that can hurt you is the one back to the pitcher. But then Meyer gets in the run. Now he's got to stay there long enough for Bloomquist to get to third. And if you can exchange the same positions, you're okay. But he's hoping that even with the infield in, they can hit a ball where the infielders might have to go 3 or 4 steps either way. So the pitcher really be the only guy here that Mitch will probably have to key on. But normally in first and third, you're going right away. But with the play going home,
Bloomquist runs, and the count is 2-1. White Sox not worried about him, and now no chance for a double play. That run doesn't matter at all, but could have been an opportunity for the White Sox to get 2, although right now they are set up for a ground ball and a play at the plate. Bloomquist does get a stolen base. And now it's 2-2 on Jacobs. Well, a situation here, and Mike Jacobs is not trying to strike out, obviously, but you got to do everything here to avoid it.
Well, what Broadway would do here is try to throw breaking balls and try to induce a ground ball. The fastball here is a fly ball pitch, but I think he's going to stay with the slow stuff and try to get him to hit ground balls.
Pierzynski with a huge block, and he had no plans at all of using his glove. That was just throwing his body in front of it.
And that's what catchers should do. They should really get their glove out of the way and just let that ball just settle right into their body and say cup the shoulders and kick the ball back out to in front of the plate. And that's a proper way to handle that. And that wasn't easy because that was a long bounce.
Out of play. Broadway opened the inning by striking out Tien, and then Mitch Meyer walked, and then on a hit and run. And the Royals haven't done many hit and runs this year, but twice Willie Bloomquist has perfectly served one into right field. putting runners at first and third. Then Bloomquist stole second. The White Sox weren't concerned about that. And now 3-2 from Broadway to Jacobs. Caught at third by Fields. Well, that's a good swing. I mean, he avoiding the strikeout, shortened up, and just tried to poke it to left field. And Jacobs is frustrated, but that's just a case of bad luck.
Well, it's a case of bad luck, and you know they wasn't going to give you the fastball, so you just got to try to get something up in the air, and he just stayed with the curveball there, and then Mike had his head down on it, did everything he could, just didn't get it over the infield.
And now Cayaspo, the switch hitter, will be intentionally walked, and John Buck will have a chance to win it. That'll make 11 walks given up by the White Sox. Well, the base is loaded for Buck. 0 for 5 so far tonight. Every now and then, John Buck will lay down a bunt towards third base. Josh Fields is deep at third. Hard hit, base hit! Royals win it in the 11th inning.